In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Morning and welcome to the choked myself. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. This is my friend who won't go away. He said he's packing his bags and he's unpacking his bags. He's here for the long term. He feels like sticking around a while. I don't hate my hair today. I don't. You're allowed to. You're more than welcome to hate my hair. Lord knows. Oh my God, the things people hate about me. I've ruined their lives. I'm the worst guy ever. There's never been anyone in the history of broadcasting who's more evil and terrible and all. I'm the most frightening guy. I'm the boogeyman and I'm coming to get you. I always thought I was just a guy whose audience thought he was gay, who had a giant zit on his forehead, and we like to talk a bunch of shit. But to very sensitive people, I've been the boogeyman for over a decade. I will say that the people who don't like Steel Toe, the thing they seem to have in common is that they're very sensitive, offended very easily, kind of the cancel culture type. But hey, I'm happy to be in my pond, and if you're in that one, and I feel pretty superior. Welcome to the program. It's going to be a great show. I have good vibes. I have good feelings about today. I just do. You know why? Because it's our final goal-oriented morning show of the week. And we've hit all of our goals. I want to say thank you to Dalton with $10 over on PayPal. Bradley with $25 over on PayPal. And Adam with $25 on Venmo yesterday. After the evening show ended, we did end up with a win for the toe. We did not beg yesterday. We just said we're going to take whatever we get. We're going to ask. We're going to let you know. But there's been too much begging this week. Way too much begging. So we're going to cut that out. And last night, we may not have knocked it out while we were on the air, but we did. The universe provides, as the great Gino Bisconti says, and we did end up keeping our perfect week intact. Bradley with 25, Adam with 25, Dalton with 10 says, towards last night's goal, hopefully I'm not alone in getting you over that last 50. Thank you so much. So, the universe provided. I said no fucking begging or being desperate or anything like that. We've had enough of that this week. It's exhausting for me. It ruins the quality of the show for you. So you know what? Today we live and die by whatever you feel like throwing at the toe. Cosmically, I think we've earned ourselves a perfect week. Cosmically, I think we've earned your contributions. But we're going to see. I think we lost a few memberships. And I think we're 80, well, didn't lose them. They expired. But 87 away from 400 today. That's where we're at. So throw in a couple of bucks. We appreciate it. It's been, statistically, it's been a down week for the toe. We've knocked out all the goals, which is good. But let's end it on a strong note. You will notice we're using Rumble Studio today. I do want your feedback on that. don't hate it just because it's Rumble Studio. If it does, if the video sucks, if the stream sucks, quality-wise a little more than it usually does, I will know that, maybe just for Rumble Friday, we use Rumble Studio, and outside of that, we use Restream. It's just, we got to, for the Rumble Creator Program, you promise when you join the Creator Program and they give you all that money, you say, yes, I will use Rumble Studio for X amount of time throughout the month. So I got to get those hours in. So I'm thinking Thursday and Friday can be Rumble Studio days. I also have to do a set amount of Rumble Studio ad reads for the month. But it's the thing that's keeping our goals under 300 in the morning. It's keeping them under 200 at night. So I'm happy to make that trade. It takes the pressure off you guys. And I'll do anything I can to do that. I think the ultimate dream, 250, 150 morning and evening, and we're not far away from that. Guys, welcome to the show. Let's have a good one. This fucking thing just will not go away. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you. I lanced it yesterday. I took a safety pin, shoved it in there. So much fluid came out of this fucking thing. I thought, well, by the morning, it'll be all flattened out. And there might be a bit of a mark because I fucked with it a lot. I touched it with my grimy, dirty hands, washed it nice with a little cleanser and some hot water. And I thought, you know what? There's no way there can be more shit inside of this grotesque lump on my head. Woke up this morning. My head felt dense. I splashed it with water just to make it make sense. Thing's still full of shit. Unbelievable. So our friend is here for another day. Maybe it's here for the rest of the week. This guy right here came back. I will tell you this. It's towards the end of the week, or towards the end of the month, towards the end of summer. School's starting up again. Kids got their activities coming up. My son's starting football next month, which, by the way, we will be changing the schedule around for that. More on that later. It's not important right now. I'll probably be doing some Sunday and Thursday evening shows. Because of that, I'm going and I'm helping out with my son's football. I'm going to skip the Monday evening shows for about 5 or 6 weeks. And I'll maybe do, maybe we'll do a Sunday evening show and a Thursday evening show to make up for just the Monday evening show. That seems fair, just for a 5-6 week period, give you guys a few extra shows for missing Monday. But I'm so excited that my son's going to be playing football. I'm so pumped about that. So I'm not missing that shit. We did have to discuss, when you're 50-50, you got to decide when you do things here, when you do things there. It just kind of came down to which league works best for him, whether we do it here or we do it there. I'm not going to say where we decided on. Happy about it and thrilled. And I'm just, man, my son's starting sports. And I don't have that thing where, like parents get it, and I've had it before, where you're like, oh my God, they're growing up so fast. Oh my God, how could we, oh, this is terrible. Oh God, slow down the hands of time if you could. It's not that. It's really, I'm more like, oh my God, yes, he's going to be playing sports. Oh, we can, I can watch his games and help him out and everything else. So I'm excited about that part. My daughter becoming 5'2", 5'4", wherever she's at. My daughter getting taller is that's fucking with me a little bit. Cause she's like she's like girls, I think, stop growing at like 13 or so. Don't they hit their height at a ridiculous age and then they just stop growing from there? Like it's strange because she's still shorter, she's still smaller than her mom. But she's tall now. And that's one where you're like, no, shrink, age backwards. What's going on, Kramer? But the 6-year-old is still, just a fucking tiny little adorable thing. My son's playing football, and my daughter's like a real person, which is, it fucks with you a little bit. It really does. But the sports thing, man, look, I'm not one of those dads who's going to push their kid like, yeah, you're going to play varsity and then D1 and we're going to go to camps. I don't believe in that. I treated my sports career like it was beer league softball. I was there to have fun with my friends and win. But I didn't really give a shit. And then I blew out my fucking shoulder pitching because I thought I was going to play at the next level. I'm going to fucking give her. I'm going to give her. I'm throwing hard. I'm hitting 80 miles per hour. I'm kicking ass. I might play after high school. Hey, Imholt, you want to hit the weight room? Nah, dude, no, weight room's gay. I'm going to go to Taco Bell. And then you keep throwing and throwing and throwing, and you put no physical commitment behind that. And you tear apart your rotator cuff and your labrum, and it hurts for the rest of your life. But that's okay. So I don't want my son to be like one of those kids who's like going to camps year-round and shit like that. That's a little hardcore. I like it when sports for kids is just fun. You know, they tell you that when you're in middle school and high school. They're like, none of you are going pro. None of you are going to play D1. It's so rare. It's such an anomaly. Like, I had friends who were crazy good at baseball, at football, at basketball. I had a buddy who was an incredible shortstop. He played for a community college. That's the best he could do. And I'm not shitting on him. He was fucking crazy good at baseball. Best baseball player I've ever seen. Community college league. That's it. That's how tough it is. That's how difficult it is just to play D3. I had my buddy who was the quarterback on our football team. Still talk to him. And he played quarterback for a year. Then just stopped with football. Where did he play too? I think Concordia, which is like D2, D3. And again, unbelievable quarterback, best in our conference. D3. I had another friend who was a really good linebacker, total mental patient, reminded me of the linebacker from The Program, if you've ever seen that movie. My buddy Nick, he had quite a few concussions, it shows. But he played at Southwest Minnesota State. You know, another D3, D2 school. You can be, and again, one of the best linebackers I've ever watched play football. That's how tough it is to play football after high school or baseball after high school. So I'm not sitting here going, oh my God, yeah, we're going to get him into camps. I just hope he has fun. I just hope he runs around. I hope he wins some games. I hope he has I hope he has positive memories and makes a lot of friends playing sports. That's the deal, man. That's all you're looking for. Redbird with $1 says, good morning, you barrel of AIDS. Hi, Redbird. Let's get this mediocre show on the road. Deal. Small town MN gal with $5. Says, go to Target, pick up the little thing of Neutrogena acne spot treatment. That stuff helps dry out zits. I absolutely will do that. We got to go shopping for the kids' clothes for the wedding this weekend. So I'll be there anyway, checking things out. Aussie Mark says, doesn't he know there are small Band-Aids to cover acne? Be fine. Don't take it so seriously. Doesn't he know that there's... Who cares? What? I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. I was mistaken. Did you think I was a sex symbol? Do you think people were watching for the visual beauty that is me? Oh, shit, sir. Sit down. We have some things to talk about. Rachel says, I feel the same for my daughter who likes to cheer. Yeah, no, I got nothing against parents who like see something in their kids' athletics and they want to take them to camps and they want to develop it, especially if the kid wants to do it. But I don't know. I don't want to push my son into that. Sports should be fun, man. Should be a good time. I mean, I wasn't a total, like, if you had fun, you had one guy. I wanted to win every game I played in. It was very competitive, but I don't know. Something about leaving it on the field, you know? Mad Max Mardigan says, Aaron, the mass majority of us are straight, so no, we haven't seen The Program. Fuck you, dude. You think The Program is a movie for gay guys? James Caan, was it Omar Epps, the fucking psycho who was the roided out linebacker who painted his face like Diaz de la Muerta? Oh, man, if you haven't seen The Program, and I haven't seen The Program for like 20 years, solid flick. If you like football movies, The Program's way up there. Way up there. I really apologize. I'm apparently, breaking news, I am scaring MSO's goldfish. I didn't want to do that. That's not why I get up in the morning and do a show, to scare goldfish. I apologize. 191 Redbird with $2 says, take a small blowtorch and melt it off. Maybe. You know what? It might be about that time. You know what? If we're not looking any better tomorrow, then maybe we'll just take a fillet knife at the beginning of tomorrow's show. We'll grab the skin around it, pull it out as much as we can, and we'll just fillet a section. How's that sound? Aussie Mark says that's a horn. Well, you know what the working theory is, Aussie Mark. The working theory is we've done so much begging this week, and we have, that this is actually a Jewish horn that's growing out of the side of my head, that if I beg any harder to hit the goal, that this is going to protrude and become a Jewish horn. So that's why I've decided today we're going to encourage you guys to contribute to the goal, but you know what? I don't have another day of begging left in me. So if we knock it out, I need to knock it out. I want to knock it out. It would make it a perfect week. I appreciate all of your contributions. Please and thank you. It's what this show runs on. Thank you so much for what you've started off with today. But we're not going to get worked up and yell and scream and do the come on, let's hit the goal thing. I don't have it in me today. It makes me feel like less of a show host. It makes the show look pathetic. And I'll do that to an extent. I'll debase myself. But I've debased enough of myself today. So, gift the memberships, hit the PayPal, hit the Streamlabs, hit the Venmo, hit the Super Chats. Those gifted memberships are lots of fun. And let's see how much damage we can do today. What do you say? We're starting at 290 today. Like I said, ultimate goal, never start at 300 ever again. That's big for this show. We were at 425 at one point. We're down under 300. And then at one point we were at 300 for the evening shows, and now we never start over 200. So I want to keep that vibe going. Thank you, guys. I want to go to some people's comments on the Jew horn, though, because they do have some good stuff. Chips and Diff says it will turn into a Jewish nose, not a horn. See, I didn't know that. Mindall says, goddamn Hellboy over here. I prefer Hellboy looking ass. Hulkamasha Baby says the replacements, longest yard. Fuck the program. Why does it have to be either or? Can't I love all three of those movies? There's room. Plenty of room. Trust me. I've watched Casino 900 times. I think I can like 3 football movies. Nova says, take a quarter and have a rat gnaw that thing off your face. I can't do a good John Candy. I apologize. I'm so sorry. Professor Tie-Dye has an idea. He says, contact your priest and have him exercise it. That might be the way to go. We might just have a young priest and an old priest. The power of Christ compels you. What if we did hit this thing with holy water and it just dried up and went away? Something to think about. Mindall says, I've got a bad pimple on the side of my nose for what it's worth. Well, and that's just it. I feel like I can be the voice of the voiceless. I feel like I can be a hero for those without a voice. So like Mindall has a grotesque, disgusting disfigurement on the side of his face that makes him look like an unfuckable troll person. But he can look at my head and he can go, maybe I shouldn't hang myself today. And that's what I'm here for ultimately. Ultimately, the reason I'm here is to keep you alive. We have a text message. Breaking news from the anniversary show. Another successful super spreader anniversary show. I've got a pimple after also, and I haven't had one in a year or two. Yeah, I'm not a big pimple guy, and I've just got a horn on the side of my head. Chips and Diff tells me to put toothpaste on it. Well, you know, look, I'll try anything at this point because, like I said, he's a resilient little cunt. Balls Deep gifting a membership over on YouTube. Thank you, Balls Deep. Again, 290 is our number for today. Go ahead and be part of the reason why we have a perfect week. And again, thank you to everybody who rallied up after the evening show last night. It makes me feel like maybe the begging isn't necessary. Maybe if we are just encouraging and everything else, maybe it'll work. This week has just been a strange animal, if you will. So, links are in the chat. We got a lot to talk about today. Apparently, Trump and Putin are going to meet with each other. We're going to talk about this, and I'm sure some of you are going to get mad at me. Don't leave the show if you get mad at me. Go in the chat, gift a membership and throw a little venom at me. Let me know what I'm getting wrong. I always love finding out what I'm getting wrong. But with this Putin and Trump thing, why can't we be friends? What's the reason that we can't that we shouldn't be allies with Russia. I don't understand it. We have so much in common. Our countries are so similar. There's no, I mean, background, religion, culture. Like, us and Russia have way more in common than us and Israel. And I'm not saying it has to be an either or thing, even though I don't like Israel. Why is there this animosity between us and Russia? I remember when George W. Bush was president and he said, I looked into Putin's eyes and I saw his soul. And I thought, oh, good. All this post-Cold War bullshit is going to be done. And I'll be very honest with you. I think a lot of the animosity is our fault. I think it's NATO's fault. Once the Soviet Union collapsed, I really didn't think there was a reason for NATO to exist anymore. I mean, what has NATO done since? NATO has done Libya. Did Libya work out in our favor? Was that a good thing that happened in Libya? They sell slaves now. They have slave markets in Libya. So I don't know if NATO being around in Libya really helped out. Yugoslavia, Serbia, that whole thing. I don't know. Was that if that was a NATO production, did that make a hill of beans worth of difference? It feels like once the Soviet Union collapsed, NATO decided, oh, you know what we should do? Take over the world. We should be the aggressor. We should grab more client states. NATO was formed as a bulwark against communist aggression in Eastern Europe. So once the communist threat is over with, let's call it a day. Let's dissolve this thing. Instead, NATO starts bringing on more countries. Who's the threat you're fighting against? It seems like you're just now rubbing it in to the Russians. Why wouldn't they feel upset? I don't know. Just me. Aussie Mark said, thank you, Aussie Mark. I like getting this perspective from our foreign viewers. At least you're not in Australia. The Conservative Party wanted us to pay for police, etc., if we walk on a protest march. That is, that's just a basic lack of freedom of speech, man. That's unfortunate. And I believe you, by the way. I love it when people say stuff about their own country. And then you'll have, I see this as conservatives. Conservatives do this a lot. You'll tell them about someone's country and you'll be from that country and they'll go, that's not true. That doesn't happen. It's like, oh yeah, that guy just made that up for his health. No, I believe you, Aussie Mark. It's horseshit. Although I wish we would do that for people who like, here in Minnesota, you don't have this in Australia, but here in Minnesota where it's very, very cold, especially in the winter, we like to drill holes in the ice and go fishing. And a lot of times people will drive their big-ass trucks right onto the ice. And when they drive their big-ass trucks onto the ice, sometimes it'll be too early in the year. They'll break through. Fire and rescue has to come out. Ambulance has to come out and get the guy. I believe if they live, they should have to pay at least a portion in fines to pay for the emergency crews that had to come out there. I think that Australian thing, the Conservative Party wanting you to pay for police on a protest march is horseshit. But I do think if you do dumb shit that puts other people at risk, you should have to pay something for it. We can figure out what that means specifically a little bit later. And by the way, you saying that you don't have a Conservative Party in Australia, don't kid yourself. We don't have a Conservative Party here in the United States either, because as I've said before, what have they conserved? What has the Republican Party conserved? I don't think we've saved anything. Captain Joe, thank you for the $20. Wow, I appreciate those, man. Keep that shit coming. Thank you, Captain Joe. He says you need to ask the boomers. They hate Russia. That's...
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
And, I love bashing boomers too, but to an extent that kind of makes sense. Cold War and all that. I think... I can kind of get where they're coming from on the hating Russia thing, but it's time to let it go, dude. We got to tell the boomers it's time to let it go. It's like I ask my boomer dad all the time. I'm like, tell me what Israel does for us. Tell me how we benefit from Israel. I don't understand it. And he will admit, he'll be like, I can't tell you. I've always had Israel's back. And I'm like, huh, okay. I mean, it's unfortunate, but that's the best answer you're going to get. April Shrimp with $5. Boy, I get to these fucking people. If something bad doesn't happen to you, they'll just make something up in their head. He goes, forget geopolitics. Let's talk about how you're a pathological, egotistical liar. Well, if I'm a pathological, egotistical liar, by the way, wrong show. That's the one named after produce. Please inform me how I'm a pathological, egotistical liar. I do an entertainment show where we talk and we fuck around. Are you sure maybe I haven't gotten to you a little bit? Should we talk about what this is really about? Chat, should we talk to this person about what their angst is really about? You're mad at me because you have a single-digit IQ. So a stalker told you to be mad at me, so you are. A guy doing a talk show on the internet. Reevaluate your life choices. Come back better and stronger. You know what? I'm probably just lying. Hey, tell yourself the same thing you tell yourself every day when you overvalue podcasts and get way too parasocially attached to people. It's not you, it's them. Redbird with $1 says, look at the history of paranoia of the Russian leaders. They will never feel safe until they control the mountain passes on the far side of Ukraine that has been used in every invasion. Come on. What have they been invaded twice by the West? France and Germany? I guess 3 times, Germany twice. But I guess there's Lithuania, there's Poland, there's the Mongols. Yeah, the Russians have been fucked with. But also, this may be controversial, but I don't think any country has done less with more than Russia has done with this giant landmass and all these resources. And yet Russian history is just filled with tragedy. It's filled with mismanagement and famine and poverty and serfdom. And it's just you've got this giant country and it's like the opposite of the United States. We had this lush land and we made something of it. Russia has all this space and they're just like, why don't we live in 2,000 years of pain and suffering? And give them this. They've committed to it. They've committed. Eagle of America says, an egotistical talk show host told you Aaron is an egotistical liar. Weird. It's also funny that person has been wrong about everything, and I've set them straight many times, and it sets them off, and the audience still doesn't get that they're being gimmicked. The audience over there doesn't understand that they're being gimmicked and that they've been wrong about me the whole time, and that I'm, as Meme Copium says, just some weird guy in Minnesota who likes to golf and has a lot of fun with his show. I feel bad for people like April Shrimp and these other people who have been hoodwinked and basically had a Ponzi scheme run on them. It's really too bad because, you've been hoodwinked. You've been bamboozled. You're watching a guy who just does a talk show and you've been tricked by a guy who's convinced you that he's in a relationship with me, which is fucking creepy and eerie and weird. And you're weird by association, but you haven't put that together yet. Someday you will. Plenty of people have come to me and said, Aaron, you were right. You probably will too. You probably will too. All right, man, let's do this thing. What do we got? 270 away from today's goal. Thanks for the great start. Keep it up. Abel Graham says, Meme Copium is right, and it's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, and again, all these people get I trigger the shit out of these people. I don't say it with any kind of pride. I've just always been really good at it. I'm charismatic. I do a great show. I'm very engaging. These people can't stay away, and I've triggered them. I've upset them. They're offended. They're upset by me to their very core. Again, it just kind of shows you, without trying, how fucking good I am at this. So, love me, give me all kinds of adulation, and then call me a homosexual. Or just skip the first part. Guys, we found him. We found one of the culprits chucking the dildos. We finally got him. We finally figured out the culprit, the mastermind, the person who has been causing all kinds of social unrest in this country. Our great national nightmare is over. I give to you now the man who's been chucking green dildos at WNBA players. Ready to see this stud? There he is. And how perfect. I got hair in my ear. How perfect that the guy who goes to WNBA games and throws green dildos at the girl has a stain, a food stain on his sweatshirt. That is too perfect. I'll be honest with you, kids. This looks like the internet. This, when we talk about people who don't get out very often, they don't go outside, they don't know a lot of real people. This guy is the mascot. This is the face and the food stain on the hoodie that I'm going to think of when I see people who are too pathetic to detach themselves from obsessing over podcast hosts. This is the face I'm going to see. The green dildo guy at the WNBA games, because only a guy who goes on Reddit too much would go out in public with these stains on his shirt. But I will say this. When they say, hey, man, buckle up, we're going to show you the guy who's been throwing the dildos on the court. Seeing this face is pretty spot on. Like, this being the guy, I'm bracing myself. I'm like, okay, here we go. Here, let's do this. Take him off the screen for a second. All right, Aaron, we found the guy who's been throwing the dildos. Okay, I have a general idea of what this guy's going to look like, but I've been disappointed in the past or I've been shocked in the past. Let's see. All right, Aaron, here's the dildo thrower. That's exactly what I thought he was going to look like. That's actually, I'm actually kind of disappointed. I'm remarkably disappointed. This just turned out exactly like I thought. Keanu Thompson. I'm sure the real Keanu Thompson with 199 says, I'll lend you one of my bras to cover your pimple. But wait a minute. My pimple is very small compared to a tit. That bra would have to be very tiny. Oh, I see what you did there. I get it. Plankton FS says, address the missing SP rumors. Haven't those been going on for about 10 months now? Is that the latest? We got to make shit up because Steel Toe's been going well and the anniversary party worked. Is that the new one? Guys, find your own life. Mine is way more boring than you think it is. That's really unfortunate. Come on. And Plankton, you've been here for a while. You're better than that, honestly. But I will say you gave me a good laugh, and I appreciate the $1. $2 from Scott Starbird. Says, Alex Stein shouted you out on his show last night. Hey, Scott Starbird, do me a favor. Or any of you. Throw in the Rumble chat or throw us a super chat with the link in it and a timestamp. I would love to listen to Alex shout out the show. I love Alex Stein. We've been covering a lot of his hijinks lately. Someone writing in was that Citizen M's mugshot? I think Citizen M probably looks way more tragic than that. I don't think that quite does it justice. But that guy's pretty bad. Fauci's Pangolin gifting a membership to Would You. Thank you very much, Fauci's Pangolin, for gifting a membership. Hey, Would You pass that along? Go ahead and pass that along. That means 260 away from today. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says that's the real Keanu. Was it really? Keanu made her own small titty joke. Not that she's not funny enough to make her own small titty joke. It's that's very self-deprecating. Unless I'm making a small titty joke and Keanu's saying that my zit is so large, it's actually a large woman's breast. You know what? I might have been. I feel like I was dog walked into making a Keanu has small tits joke. That's not. It wasn't a Keanu has small tits joke. It's an Aaron has a giant zit on his forehead joke. Damn it. Wow, that really was the real Keanu. Unbelievable. So, after all, I'm paying you with your money. From this last time I stick it in you. Nobody stuck it in anybody. Especially not on anniversary show night. Gino stuck puke in Aaron's period pills car. That's about the only thing that got stuck in. Although, maybe I shouldn't talk. Maybe Gino puked and rallied. I wasn't in their fucking bedroom. Sorry. Ramp Tramp says, guys, Horn is the new SP. Oh, man. I do. That fan fiction is a lot funnier than what other people come up with fan fiction that aren't fans of this show. and you just go, you got to find something to do. This can't be consuming you. This'll end you. Uh-oh. I went to play one of my drops. I must have accidentally deleted it out of the system. It's gone. Oh, no.
Okay, faggot, what's next?
My bad. Thank you guys very much for your generosity here early on in the show. So, 260 away from today's goal and 86 memberships away from 400 on Rumble. Thank you very much. Aussie Mark says, no way. Did she really admit to swinging? What? Guys, focus. Try to keep up. $2 from Balls Deep. He says, Krakatoa is about to erupt. You see, because it's like a volcano on the side of my head. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for all the 2s and the 5s and the gifted memberships. You guys are incredibly kind this morning. Keep it up. We've got a fun show planned for you. So, yeah, it looks like Trump and Putin are going to meet. Putin's agreed to it. Trump's being a little cagey, but his KGB, but his team says they are going to meet, and they're planning a sit-down with Putin and then another sit-down with Zelensky. You know, when I first saw this headline, I thought that they were trying to say that fucking Putin, Zelensky, and Trump were all going to sit down together. And I thought, wow, you thought the J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, Zelensky thing was a shit show? I would pay money to see Vladimir Putin, Volodymyr Zelensky, Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance in the same room together. It was encouraging when Volodymyr Zelensky came in with that fucking smug, arrogant, entitled attitude that he has about our money, and J.D. Vance and Donald Trump just smacked the shit out of him in front of God and everybody. That was really awesome. The only thing, and this is becoming the big thing about the second Trump administration, is it was a big showy moment followed by shitty follow-through. What I mean by that is a lot of tough talk on the Epstein files, a lot of tough talk on transparency, hiding everything, a lot of tough talk on, not getting involved in foreign wars, a lot of talk about not fighting other people's fights with them, for them. Bomb the Houthis, bomb Iran. Disappointing. So, really good showings, really good optics, and then shitty follow through. So like the Zelensky thing, they go, oh yeah, you better fucking straighten up, Buster. We're giving you lots of money. Don't you come in here barking at us. Don't you crack whip with the Trump administration. This ain't your crooked buddy Biden anymore. Cool. Awesome. We all loved it. A couple weeks later, Trump is talking about how we need to send more weapons to Ukraine. And like before the diehard MAGA people come in here and they go, no, but we're getting mineral rights and I don't give a fuck. I don't want Ukraine's minerals. I don't need Ukraine's minerals. I need us to stop giving them weapons, and we need to stop starting proxy wars that fuck over the next generation, spending money we don't have and creating problems we don't need. So sometimes the MAGA people miss the point on this shit. They're like, yeah, we're giving them weapons, but we're getting mineral rights. Oh, weird, because when Biden was in there and we were all against the Russia-Ukraine thing, I don't remember all of us saying, well, we're against it unless we can get some fucking iron ore or taconite out of the deal. That wasn't what we were pissed off about. We were pissed off about the fact that we were in there starting wars, funding it, and pissing away our taxpayer dollars. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not sold on the, hey, we can give them weapons again because we're getting, lithium ion batteries. I don't give a shit. That's African kids are mining that stuff. By the way, I saw a side-by-side today of a lithium mine for renewable energy or clean energy next to an Alberta oil sands drilling setup. You cannot tell me that drilling for that oil is not cleaner than mining that shit out of the ground for electric cars. You cannot convince me. They're like, oh yeah, electric cars, they're way cleaner and more environmentally friendly than oil. And I'm looking at the setup they got for drilling the oil out of the tar sands in Alberta versus mining lithium for those batteries. Get fucked. on the environmental claims. I'm sorry. So Trump is planning a sit down with Putin. Why can't we work this out? Why can't these two? We should make natural allies. All of Europe and the United States should be united as the, maybe not the policeman of the world, but as the great deterrent. I think Russia and the United States provide a great deterrent. We bring Russia over to our side. We don't have to fucking worry about China anymore. Russia and China have had a blood feud for generations. They don't like each other. They don't want to get along. So let's give them a reason not to. Let's be pals with Putin. Let's be friends with Russia. Let's be allies. And the New World Order will be America, Russia. Nobody would fuck with us. And China would have to shut up and get along with the program. That's the New World Order that you want, but we can't do it. And again, like Captain Joe said, maybe one of you boomers can tell me. Maybe you can throw in a couple of bucks and explain to me, Aaron, here's why we can't be friends with Russia. Aaron, here's why Russia is the bad guy. Because for the life of me, I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, I'm an American, right? I don't understand why I'm supposed to hate Russia. The Cold War is over. The Soviet Union's gone. There is no Brezhnev. There's no Khrushchev. There's no Stalin. There is no Gorbachev. He tore down that wall. I don't care. I would like to be friends. I think the world is a better, safer place for my children if America and Russia are friendly. So again, I don't know all of this shit. I'm not sitting here daring you to go against me. I'm literally saying, tell me the thing I'm missing. Make the argument that I don't see that we shouldn't be friends with Russia. Because I think we get a lot more out of it than we do fucking starting proxy wars with them. Abel Graham with $1 says spending money we don't have and creating problems we don't need. Yep. Yeah, I'm kind of a deep guy. Kind of an insightful dude. What can I say? Aussie Mark says fight the Zionists. It's not even that I want to fight the Zionists. I just want to stop enabling their genocide. I want to stop giving them money and weapons. If Israel wants to live in a hostile land and they want to fight them all off, why fucking not? Let them. Go ahead. I don't want to be connected with it. I don't support it. I don't like what they're doing. Stop giving them my money. Please. MSO says Aaron used to be gay. He still is, but he used to be too. I love when I go back into the chat and we're just not talking about what the show is. I love that. I love that the first comment I see, nothing to do with it. Nova says, want to destroy China? Simply bring manufacturing back to the West. You could, but the people who run those corporations want cheap labor to keep their costs down so they can keep their profits up. That's a pretty simple one to understand. I get that one. All You Can Eat Negro says, where's the goal at right now? That's all I care about. It's at 260, baby. Keep it moving. Thank you. Brittany Boo says, I agree. Keep Russia close, but Russia is the biggest threat. I don't understand why. Again, talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old. Why is Russia the biggest threat? They don't have to be. What is it like? What's the point of contention between the two of us? What are we at odds about? I don't get it. Like Dead Game says, they're the only other Christian nation. They're next to us. They're one of the biggest Christian nations in the world. They're also majority white. And, look, we can say it doesn't matter, but all countries get along better that look like each other or that pay each other, basically. We pay a lot of people to be our friends, like Saudi Arabia and Egypt. But I don't understand what the beef is between the two of us. Aussie Mark says, please get rid of China before they implement the social score system here. It's not implemented yet, and I already lost half my points. Well, here's my thing. The China, the social score system stuff, you don't think a lot of this MasterCard video game shit that they're doing isn't part of this whole thing? I think that social score system is definitely creeping into America. I think it's very plausible. Very plausible. But I don't understand why they have to be our enemy. Nova says, funny how things weren't expensive before free trade with China. Well, I mean, there's also shitty monetary policy and debt, and there's a lot that goes into that. I'm sorry. Brittany Boo says, I meant Russia is the biggest threat to the rest of the world. I don't know. It's, for the Russians, are they really a threat to the rest of the world? I mean, they invaded Ukraine, but boy, we sure did poke and prod them as much as we could, you know? Captain Joe with $10. Thank you. He says, I would argue Israel is not an ally, but a frenemy. If Trump pardons Ghislaine Maxwell, you know she's going to Israel on the first thing smoking. Well, and you know, people don't like you talking about this either, but you know, a lot of pedos run to Israel. A lot of Jewish pedos go to Israel because Israel won't send you back to the country you came from. That's an unfortunate, not often discussed item that in the West, a lot of people who get caught doing bad things with kids, if they're Jewish, they can go to Israel and they'll be protected. It's really bad. It's another thing that it's indefensible to the point where when you bring it up, they go, oh, it's you hate Jews, you're anti-Semitic. It's like, no, but you're kind of saying all Jews are pedophiles, which is weird. I don't really understand why that would be your argument. But no, that's not what I'm saying. Nomo with $1 says Hollywood has made Russia a perpetual villain. And who runs Holly? Oh, boy. Oh, God. Let's not get is that what we're doing? Is that where we're going with this whole thing? Oh, no. Hey, Captain Joe just moved up the list. Oh, my God. Captain Joe moved all the way up to third place. Look at that. Captain Joe is now at $90. He's in third. Scorched Earth is in fourth with 85. Anthony is in the cuck chair with 80. And cuck chair. And that means Captain Joe moves out of the cuck chair and into third place at $90. And now the goal is at 250. Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. You're so nice. Thank you for keeping this show on the air. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. 250 left. 86 gifted memberships away from 400 on Rumble. Eric Cartman says, Aaron's nuclear boil is the biggest threat to the Western world. You know, it's funny you bring that up, Eric Cartman, because my zit yesterday actually did sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, so it's a little more transparent than Israel at this point. Dead Game says next is digital confiscation. Mark my words. Yeah. I mean, like I said, the video game stuff is a good testing ground for all of these things. All of your financial stuff being on your phone and all of it linked up to your Google account is, it's very convenient, but it's also very easy to fuck with. It's a lot easier to fuck with than, say, you know, cash. All You Can Eat Negro says, ban me if this is not funny. And then Nova says immediately, it's not funny, and I didn't even watch it. All right, let's All You Can Eat Negro just said, ban me if this is not funny. You guys ready to? I'm gonna put it in your hands. You guys get to give me the thumbs up and thumbs down on whether or not what All You Can Eat Negro shared is funny or not. If it's not funny, we get to ban him. And by the way, All You Can Eat Negro, I like you. It'll just be for the stream if it's not funny. Los Federales with $1 says, we already have social scores, Aaron. Credit score, Google reviews, employment performance reviews, no-fly lists, Uber ride score. If any of these are low, you get canceled. We just word it different. Yeah, well, what I'm saying is it can get a lot worse and a lot more meaningful. Whereas, like you mentioned Uber and stuff like that, you have to at least use Uber to get that score. I'm talking about you're going to be part of a game that you didn't even agree to play at some point if we take the wrong turns. All right, All You Can Eat Negro, you guys ready to judge this guy?
Good morning, America. As the great noticing dawns upon us, we want to know, can you really bake 6 million pizzas in 5 years?
I doubt it. Erica, take...
I don't get it. Where is this going? I don't understand what this what this AI news thing is trying to say. Why would they do a news story about baking 6 million pizzas? I don't get what they're talking about.
Get away.
Chloe and Michael, good morning. To put that into perspective, that's over 3,000 pizzas a day, every single day. The question isn't just can they do it, but how?
We can't do it.
Well, if they had, like, I don't know, 60, 70 pizza places spread out over a continent, that you wouldn't need to bake that many pizzas in a day to get this 3,000 a day. It's very doable. I mean, if it was just one place, if you only had one pizza place, yeah, that would be like the Feeding Our Future scandal. There's no way you're cooking 3,000 pizzas a day in that one pizza place. But if you've got a shitload of compounds, I mean, if you've got giant facilities where all they do is make pizzas all fucking day, you can crank out 3,000 pretty quick.
It's impossible. How dare you even ask me to make 6 million pizzas? We don't even have a chimney.
Well, they really got their work cut
Okay, that part was funny. That part was funny.
out for them.
If I were them, I would just lie and say they did it.
Right. Let's go live to the manager.
Possible. There's only 505,000 pizzas in this whole country. You expect us to bake 6 million.
No, no, here's the thing. You conquer other countries and you bake their pizzas. So, like, let's say Poland has a shitload of pizzas. You would bake all their pizzas. And then Yugoslavia has a bunch of pizzas. You bake their pizzas. France has a lot of pizzas. Belgium, Russia, Ukraine, all these places, they have a lot of pizzas. So you just bake all of those. You can get to 6 million.
Way. We're live in the kitchen watching this crew frantically load pizzas into the ovens. This isn't possible.
They won't hit 6 million.
And even if they could, the Russian spot down the street did 62 million from 1917 to 1987.
We hear you're writing a diary about the pizzas. How's that going?
He might have been trying to forge
Why was that guy writing the pizza diary for that little girl? That's
that.
Right? I say just make it mandatory in every school and people will think it was real.
I heard they have enough red sauce to make like 271,000.
Now that.
My question is, how are they supposed to retrieve the pizzas from the ovens?
That makes sense. There's no ventilation.
How do they get their pizza? How do they get their pizzas out?
Just a weird pizza cost.
The only problem with this restaurant is they don't have a chimney, so it makes going into the kitchen and retrieving the pizzas a difficult task.
there. That's the. I mean, okay, look. He said if that wasn't funny, you can ban me. I'm not going to say like it wasn't funny. I'm not going to say it wasn't an interesting concept. It was just, and maybe you guys agree with me, maybe you don't. It seemed a little heavy-handed. By about 30, 40 seconds into the bit, I was like, I understand what you're doing. And then like by a minute 28, I was like, all right, I'm uncomfortable. We're doing ha-ha Holocaust denial. Oh, ha-ha Holocaust. We're doing ha-ha Holocaust denial. I'm good. I'm all right. I don't need to. So I don't think I'm not going to ban you. You said if it's not funny, you can ban me over it. I'm not going to ban you. And the reason I'm not going to ban you is because it wasn't shitty, but I don't know. It was meh. People are saying boring, ban him. Oh no, look at this. Ban him, ban him, ban him, ban. Then all you can eat Negro calling them all the gay F word. AI garbage. One person does say chuckle-worthy. We got another LOL. There's smirk value. He can stay, but it didn't make me laugh, says Ozzy Mark. Wasn't funny, but it wasn't bad either. Bigot on socialist media says it was average, not good, not bad. Papa Shop says the truth is uncomfortable, Aaron. I don't have, here's my thing. I will admit to cowardice on this issue, Papa. I will to our more I'm an anti-Zionist. I think we got some people who would say they're anti-Semitic in our audience. I'm just anti-Zionist. And I met nice Jews. The whole thing about the Holocaust is, sure, I'll go with that. Sure, the Holocaust happened. Yeah. Because, to think that it didn't, number one, doesn't change anything. History unfolded, the things happened. So to think that it didn't doesn't change anything. And also, it's a big fucking leap to make. And if I'm wrong, I'm denying the suffering and death of a shitload of innocent people. I'm not comfortable doing that. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Maybe I'm just not being internet edgy enough. But I'm more of a real world guy. And to me, I'm not going to deny the death of millions of people's family members if I don't know that it's true, because otherwise I'm negating the suffering and the death. That would be like if I went, oh, Stalin never really killed all those people. Like, yeah, but I kind of believe that he did. And I'm not going to negate the suffering of those individuals. That's all. Eric Cartman with $1 says, Aaron in his mirror this morning and last night. All right, we're in between stories. We're going to, actually, the next story we have is very funny. Apparently, the U.S. government website that tracks all of our historical documents erased giant chunks of the Constitution yesterday, and it was not available, especially the part about challenging your detainment and a right to a speedy trial. And I was like, when I saw the story, I was like, might as well just keep those parts out of there. They're going to remove them anyway. Remove the First Amendment while you're at it. Might as well take out the Second. We don't have a Second Amendment in this country. If we had a Second Amendment, you'd be allowed to have nuclear weapons. That's just a fact, Jack. We don't have a Second Amendment. It's been you don't have a right to bear arms. You don't have a right to keep the same arms that the military has, even though the Founding Fathers intended you to be able to have those. You don't get to. There is no Second Amendment, and there is no NRA. I wish we had a real NRA that actually stood up for people's Second Amendment rights, but all the NRA does is they stay just politically edgy enough to get donations. And then as they stay just edgy enough to get donations, they don't fight for people like Philando Castile. They suck. Shuli Madoff with $5 says, you should talk to Shuli about this. He said he wanted to turn Gaza into a parking lot, yet he sits in a basement in Alabama. Did he really say that? Wow. It's funny how Jews become Hitler so easily. It's amazing to me. That really makes me sick when people, and if he did say that, that's terrible. If he didn't say that, who gives a shit? There's lots of people who do. But like, it's amazing that you can be from a group of people who suffered something so terrible and you're so fucking eager to do it to somebody else. It really is disgusting. I mean, let me make a comparison to another religion. The Christians were slaughtered, enslaved, and murdered by the Muslims for 500 years before we fought back with the Crusades. And even then, we just wanted to take back our Holy Land that had been taken by the Muslims. Israel wants to just wipe these fucking people out and take more land. And then when you say you want to turn Gaza into a parking lot, okay, Adolf, that's what he wanted to do to all of your sites. And he didn't even want to turn them into a parking lot. He just wanted it to be living space for the German people, which is the same thing the Israelis want for the Jews. They want to wipe out the Muslims. They want to wipe out the Palestinians, get them the fuck out of there, and they want more Lebensraum for themselves. And they have no compunction about committing genocide to do it. You cannot show me the difference between the Israeli government under Benjamin Netanyahu and Nazi Germany under Adolf Hitler. I'll tell you why you can't show me a difference, because there isn't one. And if you want to say you want to turn Gaza into a parking lot, then you're a fucking bigoted Nazi too. You're fucking human garbage. You're pro-atrocity. You know, with these Zionists who want to wipe out the Palestinians, it's a little different than Muslim extremists, because when you see Muslim extremists, they're desperate and they're angry and they're fighting against, you know, this perceived slight. When you look at Israelis and Zionists and the way they talk about, you know, Milo Yiannopoulos said this on Candace Owens' show. The way that they talk about it with a glint in their eye, the way they talk about it with a smile on their face, like getting rid of these people, murdering children, shooting people who are trying to get food, displacing them, rousting them out of their homes. Again, ethnic cleansing. And they do it with like a smile and hope. And Jared Kushner is thinking about the real estate deals he can do and the development deals he can do. It's fucking gross, the glee in which these people talk about casting aside and burning human life. And by the way, you already have turned it into a parking lot. You purposely bomb hospitals and then blame it on Hamas so that these people don't have any infrastructure and any way to live there, to make their life livable, so they'll fucking leave or die. It's gross. It's fucking disgusting. Captain Joe with $10 says, bet by year's end, since the IDF can't do it, U.S. troops will be boots on the ground in Gaza for peacekeeping duties. I mean, honestly, I think the Israeli regime needs to come to an end. I think it's an evil regime. I think it's a genocidal regime. I don't think we should be in Gaza as a peacekeeping force. I think the American military should be in Tel Aviv. Personally, if we're going to be anywhere. But $240 away from today's goal. Thank you, Captain Joe. Captain Joe continues to move up our standings. Captain Joe is now at 100. He's just $25 away from first place. Thank you, Captain Joe. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says kicked off YouTube and all dono options shut down in 3, 2, 1. I don't know if you listen to other people's criticism on this. I'm pretty tame. I'll admit that. I just hate it when people go, oh, we should turn Gaza into a parking lot. Really? So we should just murder millions of people? Please extol these virtues of how you're better than Adolf Hitler. I don't really see murdering 2.5 million Arabs. I don't really see how that's not the same thing as what the Nazis wanted to do. Oh, and by the way, the Nazis only started eliminating them once they realized all is lost. This isn't going very well. We've got millions of prisoners. What are we going to do with them? And they went, kill them all? Israel just started out with bomb the fuck out of them, blow up their homes. Who gives a shit? They're subhuman. Ozzy Mark says, before you know it, Aaron will have to kiss the wall to keep some points in his credit score. Eric Cartman says, easy, Aaron. Don't think BB won't drop a bunker bomb on top of that house of yours. I love how Israel gets to go in, take these people out of their homes, like the Zionist movement and all the terrorist attacks they committed in the early 20th century to try and bully their way into that part of the world. And then they sit there and they go, they're like, oh, we're being attacked. Oh, we're being like, all you do is you keep encroaching on these people's land and kicking them out, committing genocide. And you're going to sit here and go, oh, we should turn more of this shit into a parking lot. Haven't you done more to disrupt this part of the world? Haven't you done enough? Really? All right. Thank you guys very much. So now it's, oh my God, where are we at now? 235. Hey, wait a minute. Guys, we're 235 away from today's goal. 235. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. I shouldn't be so hard on Shuli. He's not a bright guy, and I don't think he knows what's really going on over there. He's not like an astute dude who follows shit. So I'm probably giving him too much shit based on what that guy said. But like, if he really did say turn it into a parking lot, you might as well get a swastika tattooed on your arm, you fucking Nazi. If you're going to talk about genocide and ethnic cleansing like that, it's fucking gross. Like I said, we ought to launch a new crusade. The Christians ought to take it back. They're the nicest. They're the kindest. They're the best. Might as well just let them keep it. It would be a more peaceful place for everyone, to be honest with you. And, you know, I've been thinking about this theologically. Islam holds Jesus Christ in a higher regard than Judaism does. So, like, who really is, like, who's closer to one another? Like, at least Islam respects our Savior. Yeah, that's something to think about. Anyway, let's go to this. Let's lighten the mood a little bit because people got me all. People want me to talk about Israel and all that stuff. We're going off here. Oh my God! All right, Eric Cartman sent this in and said this was me before the show.
All
okay,
right. We've got a giant cyst on the cheek.
Oh
At
God!
least he's got gloves
No!
on, but we're doing this at home
Don't!
in the bedroom.
Don't!
Gauze. Or something.
Oh, God!
Over the chest hair.
Oh God! No! I'm tap. I'm giving you the office. Oh my God! Oh, I don't do well with that shit. Yeah, I'm with Crowder wears panties. He says no. Oh, that was a bad idea to take a sip. That was 09 Canyon says, finish it, you pussy. There's 45 seconds left. I'm not going to be able to finish that. I'll keep it up there. You guys get $50 in the next 8 minutes, and I will finish that video. But otherwise, no fucking way. You guys get us $50 in the next 8 minutes. I will play the next 45 seconds of that video with no interruptions, no pauses. I will play it straight through. Until then, my show, my rules. Like I said, I'll put a price tag on everything. And I'll put a price tag on that. It's $50. Matthew Q with $2 says you started White Power Hour early. It wasn't supposed to start till 7. Well, it's 7:02. Where my girl's at from the front to back. Dan Vicious with $1 says, have you heard of Marlene Engelhorn, the Free Palestine heiress to the Zyklon B fortune? No, I don't know about her. $1 from Los Federales says the Prophet Muhammad is a gay pedophile, and now we're banned on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you. Brittany Boo says this nurse could watch that while eating a sandwich. Ugh. Nurses really are disgusting. Not in a bad way, but just like what they've seen and the things they can handle. Like just all the, because like doctors do all the like paperwork, you know, they do all the nurses are the ones, they're the boots on the ground, you know, they're the grunts, and they've seen all the disgusting shit. And when you can, I don't think that's necessarily a good thing, by the way, when you say like, oh, I can watch a pus video without flinching. I mean, maybe that means that it's a bit too much. Maybe that means that, you know, we've crossed the Rubicon in terms of the things we can handle. But then again, you've seen baby heads explode out of vaginas. So, oh boy, Walter with $50 says, finish that shit. Oh boy, give him an Olbermann.
They are afraid.
Also, I believe that puts Walter at $90. 25. No, it puts him at 100. Walter is at 100 for this week. Thank you, buddy. So now Walter is in fourth with $100. Let's get this updated. Walter, 100. Scorched Earth is in the cuck chair with 85, and Anthony has fallen out of the cuck chair with his 80. Thank you very much, Walter, for that $50. And now, without pausing, I have to finish this thing, unfortunately. All right, 185. Thank you, Walter. 185 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. I said no begging today. We will get our donations. We will update you on the goal, and we will ask. It's working out very well so far. I'd appreciate it if you guys would keep it going. Thank you so much for all of your generosity. 185, and you guys have, up until that $50 drop from old Walt, you guys have been doing it a little bit at a time, which I dig. Also, 86 gifted memberships away from 400 on Rumble. All right, I'm stalling. Here we go. I got to do the last 45 seconds of and I have to look at it.
To get on me.
Oh, I felt that go all over me.
This is not an ideal setting to be doing that.
No, I was thinking, oh, sorry.
But now he's going to put a towel down, now that it's going all over the guy's chest. How much more are we going to get out?
Stop!
It just keeps coming. Would recommend antibiotics here. Would recommend doing this in a clinic.
Oh, close the bloody mouth, bloody
Did it go in his mouth?
You better swallow it.
Oh, he got it in his mouth? Ah,
inflated
fuck.
Quite a bit. It's all over the glove. Look at that.
Oh, come on. It's shooting like juice. It's like a geyser.
Right down his neck.
That's going to be Old Faithful. It's going to be the last thing we see before we're all wiped out. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't do well with that shit. So if we ever get on like a big Israel deal one day and you're like, God, we need to change Aaron's focus here. We need to move things along here on the program. A cyst popping video will do it. But may I say, not a blackhead popping video. I find that when they use that little tool and they do blackheads and that little worm comes out, I don't mind that. I don't mind the blackhead ones. The pimples and the boils and the cysts, fuck all that, man. Fuck all that. Chips and Diff from Walter's $50 says, "This isn't NAM, Walter. We have rules here." Thank you. I think I yelled like Walter, but that wasn't a Walter line. Dub says, "Apply a vacuum tube." Oh. And then it got in his mouth, and the guy's like, "Well, you better swallow it then, isn't it?" No, you better not. Carlos Cameo says, "Found the theme for tomorrow's Rumble Friday. Everyone send your cyst popping videos." I'm actually going to offer on tomorrow's Rumble Friday an extra hour. I think that that 400 membership number is one worth hitting, so I'm going to offer an extra hour. I mean, I'll offer an extra hour today too. I mean, I don't expect you guys to hit 86 memberships in one show. So I guess, yeah, you can have an extra hour too if you do it. But I think that's going to be the next offer for Rumble Friday. I think will be an extra hour if we hit 400. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Awesome so far. Awesome showing. 185 away from today. So let's continue on. Let's do this this Constitution story real quick, and then we'll move on to some really good stuff that we got today, including RFK Jr. canceling a shitload of mRNA vaccines. Dude, like I said, Tom Homan, RFK Jr., those are my two favorite guys in this administration. They're both doing really, really well. I hate to be so negative on here every morning about the Trump administration. I don't mean to be. And like in the comments, a lot of our biggest fans will be like, "Aaron, you don't give Trump enough credit. You're not talking about the good things he does." And that's fair. I guess just from my point of view, it's more like I already like the guy. I already voted for the guy. So it's like I find it, and this is rare in like talk radio and opinions and shit, but like I find it more important to call out the people you support rather than suck their dicks, because like you already know that I like him. You already know that I voted for him. I think it's more important for me to tell you, "Hey guys, let's be fair. This is where he's fucking up." But in all fairness, I love Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I think he's doing a great job. I think Tom Homan is doing an incredible job. I think he'd do an even better job if they just told him, "Cut loose, do what you want." I think J.D. Vance is doing as best a job as he can, trying to hold all these intelligence people together after the Epstein stuff. So there are good things. I was also thinking about this mowing the lawn yesterday. What if we could replace the income tax with the tariffs? I wouldn't be against it. You know, I've come a long way on tariffs. I still don't think they're good. I'd still like to live in a world where we don't need them and we don't need to do this trade protectionism shit. But then again, a global economy where some people can undercut our labor costs by, you know, thousands of %, you know, we don't live in a tit for tat world. But if we could, I mean, they're talking about $30-40 billion a month we've been making on these tariffs. I mean, if you can get that number up to $90 to $100 billion a month, we could get rid of the income tax and just replace it with tariffs and have all of that money in our bank account. The only question is, would the tariffs raise the cost of shit so much where it wouldn't matter? But I think I'd rather have all that money in my bank account so that I can make the decision to buy all of those products rather than just have the government steal it from me and put my grandchildren in debt. So you got to think, I've gone from tariffs are bad, tariffs are evil, tariffs are the worst, to now going, if we could use these tariffs to replace the income tax, why not? Maybe that might not be the worst thing in the world. I'm open to it. But I wanted to do this real quick. The Constitution vanished from the U.S. government website yesterday. Not the whole Constitution, just pieces of it. And anytime stuff like this happens, there's a part of me that goes, this wasn't an accident. There's a part of me that believes that this was planned. This is part of some kind of test. I don't know. But apparently, sections of the Constitution disappeared off the U.S. government Library of Congress annotated website, including large chunks of the 8th, 9th, and 10th sections, 8, 9, and 10 of the United States Constitution. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion and the public safety may require it. So talking about the suspension of habeas corpus, talking about the ability to challenge your detention, talking about all that stuff, all of that disappeared from the Constitution online. Now, part of me thought, Just keep it off of there. You're trying to get rid of that anyway. I mean, if the powers that be could get rid of that part of the Constitution just by hitting the delete button, a lot of them would. So why not just keep, I would appreciate it if they would just delete that part from the Constitution online because they don't believe in it anyway. So just absolve yourselves, cleanse yourself, liberate yourselves, be honest. Eliminate the parts of the Constitution you don't like, or better yet, eliminate the parts of the Constitution that you don't believe in. Take away the first, take away the second, take away the fourth. They take away the third, too, because the British soldier thing, whatever. But still, when I see that, I wish I still, there's that meme of what do you miss the most? And the other person says, I miss the way I saw the world before I knew too much about it. And that's kind of how I feel when I see stuff like this. I'm sure it was just an innocent coding mistake that caused chunks of the Constitution to disappear from the Library of Congress. But then there's another part of me that's seen too much and goes, hey, wait a minute, they're planning something. Like I'm Mel Gibson in conspiracy theory. Fuck that. I'm becoming like Charlie Day at this point. By the way, they did not remove anything about bird law in it. Sam Show just writes, shit, man, you're retarded. Do me a favor, Sam Show. Every time I have a take about anything this morning, just go ahead and copy and paste that. It'll save you a lot more time, and I already know that's your opinion. You love this show, though, because you have to admit this. You love this show because I'm the only guy who talks about this shit. I'm the only guy who will have an honest conversation and give you an opinion on this shit. That's why you're here. You can hate my takes. You can think I'm too simple. You can think I'm too normie. You can think I'm too conservative in terms of like where I'm willing to go for my opinions. That's fine. But you got to respect that I'm the dude who do it. I'm the dude who do it. Thank you for the $5. Zen Man with $5. Thank you, buddy. This is the easiest way to remove that pimple, Aaron. All right, dude, look, this has been a moneymaker for us today. Here's what I'm going to... Oh, man cuts calluses off his foot with a knife and dog eats it. Fuck that. I will play the first 10 seconds of this, and I will make the same rule. $50, and I'll finish it up. It's 2 minutes and 37 seconds. I am not... Although I will say, callus removal is something I'm not against. I like picking a good callus. This is going to get disgusting. Is this how we're going to make our money today? Is this how we're going to do no begging? Is this how No Beg Thursday is going to work? We do a story. We talk about it for a little while. We give our opinions. Then the audience sends something in. And then I go, no, I'm not fucking watching this. You guys got to throw in $50 in the next X amount of minutes or I'm fucking not doing it. I'll watch the first couple seconds. Then I'll decide how much to finish this. And you guys can decide if it's worth it.
Situação do Leandro, cortando pé com a faca.
Okay. Oh, that's fucking... So that's all callous because it's like India, wherever the fuck they are. And he's walking barefoot all over everything. So his skin's all tough and rough and leathery. Oh, fuck that. Yep. Sorry, guys. $50 in the next 14 minutes. And I'll do that one. Deal. $50 in the next 15 minutes. It worked the first time. Let's see if it works this time, too. Ew. We haven't even gotten to the dog eating it part. Ugh. Thank you. And yeah, 09 Canyon says he's going deep. He is, dude. He's going really fucking deep. Yeah, someone says, Aaron, that's your hoof cleaning video. That's a different kind of hoof trimming, I think. But yeah, that guy, that's not much different from the horse and cow videos that I watch. All right, yeah, I'll keep that one up there, but yeah, that's another $50 in 15 minutes thing. And it doesn't have to be one person. It can be all of you chipping in a little. $50, I'll do that one. If that's how we hit our goals is by Segway stories, what a smooth ride it would be for the toe every day. Thank you, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. You guys are at 180 already. And goddamn do I appreciate it. Okay, let's go to our next thing here while you guys figure out if you want me to watch a guy cut off his calluses and make his dog eat it. RFK Jr. has decided that he is canceling a couple of dozen of mRNA vaccines. And thank God, you know, this is sad to say, but this is like the first Health and Human Services secretary I've seen in my lifetime who actually gives a shit about health and human services. It feels really strange to say that, but it's true. He's the first guy I've ever seen that's like, why don't we try to make sure people are a lot healthier and, you know, maybe cook some French fries in beef tallow and, you know, put sugar back in things instead of high fructose corn syrup, and then I'm going to put a dead bear carcass in Central Park. All right, so let's see what RFK has. I mean, I think the people watching this show, I think it's pretty safe to say that mRNA vaccines have a pretty low approval rating amongst all of us, what with COVID and everything and what we saw with that. My biggest deal with, my biggest problem with the mRNA vaccines is the genetic mutations that it causes. You know, the fact that it gets in there and starts fucking with your hardware. I don't like that. And also the fact that I think we're kind of flying by the seat of our pants on this mRNA thing. I don't think we're releasing that shit knowing full well what it does, and that terrifies me. And thank God we've got, my problem, you know, we've got RFK Jr. fighting against it, but once he's gone in a few years, does it just go right? Are we just getting a reprieve? Salvatore with $5 says, Aaron, straight talk, do you think you're part of the Dabbleverse? RIP Big Lenny, feel cold. No, I'm not. And I get to decide that, by the way. If the people in that world are so bankrupt for content and their shows have failed so much because they tried to do a Steel Toe style show and nobody gave a shit. Nobody wanted to watch them. So they have to cover Steel Toe. They have to watch Steel Toe in order to survive. If they have to be a barnacle on my ship, that's fine. But when you're a barnacle on a ship, that doesn't make the ship part of you. You're part of the ship. So am I part of their thing? No, I'm on an ocean liner sailing off. If they want to attach themselves to me, that's fine. But it's kind of the Don Draper Ginsburg thing. You know, the Dabbleverse is like, I fucking hate you. And I look at him and go, I don't think about you at all. And I know that upsets a lot of you. I know that frustrates a lot of you. But it's the facts. And I've been telling you the truth from day one. And someday you will appreciate it. Or you won't. So thank you for the $5, Salvatore. That is the best answer. That's a very good answer on my part. I am not part of it. I'm above it. But they do want to desperately grab on like a barnacle to the ship. And that's okay. You don't have to be offended by that. I know I offend a lot of you. You don't have to be offended by that. It's just the way it is. It's the best metaphor to explain the relationship. They want to be in a relationship with me. I just want to do my show, fuck around, have fun, hang out with my kids. If that, I got to say, if that offends you and that upsets you and that's unnerving to your core, probably more of a you problem than a me problem. Thank you, Salvatore. All right, RFK Jr., cut loose, buddy. What do you got for us?
It's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. here. Your HHS secretary.
God damn, I do a good impression of him. My Trump is getting, people have been saying my Trump is getting very good. With my luck, it'll like reach its apex just before he leaves. My RFK Jr. impression is fucking solid.
Terry. At HHS, we have a division called the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority. Or
why does it all have to sound like Hydra? Why does it all have to be given evil, grotesque, disgusting names? And I know what the answer is. Because it's run by evil, grotesque, disgusting people doing evil, grotesque, disgusting things. Okay, yes, fine. But name it something shiny. You know who I'm starting to miss? And this is going to sound fucking wild. I'm starting to miss Dick Cheney and George W. Bush. Because at least they lied to me, sexy. You know, George W. Bush and Dick Cheney would tap my phones, they'd read my emails, but you know what they'd call it? The Patriot Act. And I hated that at the time. I thought that was so shitty and so evil. You know, when they're like, oh, yeah, we're going to call it the Patriot Act. And I'm like, that's not patriot. There's nothing patriot about that. But now they're like, the evil medical testing growing you an eighth ball authority. And they call it the authority, not association, not group, authority. And it's just, we're an evilly named thing doing evil shit. And it's like, I don't like that. Call it the Glitter Brigade, bro. I mean, come on. If you're going to bend me over and fuck me, lube it up first. Oh, God damn it. Why do I? I'm glad that we went back to being a radio morning talk show and that Chad Buzemach has lost interest because he's a drama farmer, dude. Because now I can say a lot of this gay shit and it doesn't come back to haunt me unless Approachables got his finger on the button. But I just wish we would stop giving these things. And by the way, I'm sure I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. If we went back and started naming them nice things, I'd get pissed about that too. And I'd go, God damn it, why won't they just tell us what they're doing? Because when they, that is my fault. When they start telling us what they're doing, I'm like, oh God, fucking lie to me, please.
BARDA drives some of our most advanced scientific research. It funds developments of vaccines, drugs, diagnostics, and
diseases that we're going to release to you if our administration does too well.
Other tools to fight emerging diseases and national health threats. Over the past few weeks, BARDA reviewed 22 mRNA vaccine development investments and began canceling them. Let me explain why. Most of these shots are for flu or COVID, but as the pandemic showed us, mRNA vaccines don't perform well against viruses that infect the upper respiratory tract. Here's the problem. mRNA only codes for a small part of the viral proteins, usually a single antigen.
I get to this part of these types of videos, and I feel like I'm hanging on to the ski rope as tight as I can while the water's splashing me in my face. Nothing makes me feel like more of a simpleton retard than listening to medical shit. Is anyone else, I paused it so we could all catch up. Does anyone else kind of like me when he starts talking and you're like, I'm with you, I'm losing it, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's how I get with this stuff. I want to understand it. I want to know it. But I end up just my mind starts going, and then my zit pops, and I go, you know what? I'm just going to be against whatever this is. I get really scared that I'm kind of losing the plot a little bit. And then I go, oh God, yeah, fuck it, it's bad.
One mutation and the vaccine becomes ineffective.
Right. That's what I hate about mRNA vaccines. It fucks with your genes. It fucks with everything. It does it the wrong way. Not only can it become ineffective, but it can cause serious problems.
This dynamic drives a phenomenon called antigenic shift, meaning that the vaccine paradoxically encourages new mutations,
right,
and can actually prolong pandemics as the virus constantly mutates to escape.
Yeah, RFK Jr., I don't think it's in this video, but yesterday somewhere he said the COVID vaccine, and I wonder if you're going to get banned for this, or I wonder if they're going to allow it, which is a sad statement in and of itself. He said that the COVID vaccine prolonged the pandemic and made COVID last longer because the mRNA vaccine encouraged more variants. But again, we're never going to hold Fauci account. Don't sit there and go, oh, throw Fauci in jail. He's not going to jail. Nobody's going to jail. Rachel Walensky or whatever her name is not going to jail. These people are going to be fine. They're protected. But it's just, it was such a shameless money grab. It's just, and when they would talk to us like it was about our health, it just makes me sick.
The protective effects of the vaccine. Millions of people, maybe even you or someone you know, caught the Omicron variant despite being vaccinated. That's because a single mutation can make mRNA vaccines ineffective. The same risk applies to flu. Right. After reviewing the science and consulting top experts at NIH and FDA, HHS has determined that mRNA technology poses more risk than benefits for these respiratory viruses.
Dude, I'm telling you guys, I know some of this stuff sounds boring, but I think this guy is doing more for the country in this administration, and it's very underrated, and a lot of it's happening under the radar. I think the guy's doing great work. I really do. I mean, stopping this mRNA. Here's what I don't get. When I listen to this, I sit here and he goes, it could be the same for the flu shot. I'm like, what's wrong with the way we were doing vaccines? It was working. Let's just keep doing it that way. A deadened version of the virus giving you limited exposure so you can build up an immunity to it. This mRNA shit, how is it better? I don't understand how it's superior. It can cause variants. It can prolong pandemics. Then no. And I understand like the vaccines we have now, viruses mutate. That's a natural evolutionary thing about them. But to know that mRNA encourages those mutations, let's stop fucking with it. It's not worth it. You know, any scientist who goes, well, we'll just keep working on the mRNA technology. Why? Abandon ship. It sucks.
That's why, after extensive review, BARDA has begun the process of terminating these 22 contracts totaling just under $500 million.
Nice.
To replace the troubled mRNA programs, we're prioritizing the development of safer, broader vaccine strategies.
Good. And, you know, this bothers me about critics of RFK Jr. They're like, he's anti-vaccine, he's anti... No, he's not. He's pro-science. He just wants to see that it works. He wants to... You know, he's a skeptical guy. Imagine that. A Kennedy's skeptical of shit the government tells him. I can't believe it. But RFK Jr. is like, just show me the fucking thing works. It shouldn't be that hard. Like, people were screaming at him during his confirmation hearing. And like, you're anti-vax, you're anti-this. He's like, just show me the proof that it works and I'll shut my fucking mouth. And when they do, he shuts his mouth. We should all be like RFK Jr.
Like a whole virus vaccine.
My voice is starting to turn into his.
Vaccines and novel platforms that don't collapse when viruses mutate. Let me be absolutely clear. HHS supports safe, effective vaccines for every American who wants them. That's why we're moving beyond the limitations of mRNA for respiratory viruses and investing in better solutions. Thank you.
God damn, my RFK impression is fucking solid, dude. That's what I took from that mostly, is God damn it, I'm talented. Fuck me, right? Ghost Crusaders with $4.99 says, when are you getting back on the radio? Heard they were looking for a new shock jock to replace Howard. Why not send your demo or your arrest record? Well, I don't think they're going to want to see that one, but I'm already talking to radio places. And, you know, Ghost Crusaders, I hope you're just having fun. I hope I'm not triggering you that badly, and I know this might upset you, but I'm still talking to radio places, and it's amazing that with the last couple of years I've had, they still want me. I mean, I consider that an honor and also a reflection of my talent and my ability to still draw. I mean, I've talked to them. They saw the anniversary show and all that stuff, and they're like, fuck, dude, you can draw a bigger live event than any radio program in this area. You're still one of them told me you're still the biggest draw in this area. And I know that upsets internet people. It shouldn't. I'm sorry that people see me that way and you don't, but that shouldn't upset you or threaten you. And I know it does, but that's your cross to bear. Thank you for the $5 though. I appreciate that. Salvatore with $5 says, did I ever tell you about the time I got blown by Kent Herbeck? He had such a sweet muffin ass. No, and I don't take this the wrong way, Salvatore. I don't want to know. First of all, I don't believe it's true, but I don't want to know about it. Oh, by the way, when I answered Salvatore's Dabbleverse question, right after that, Ghost Crusaders gives $5 and gets really salty. God, it's like I fucking call it every time. I'm tired of being 2 steps ahead of these dipshits. I'm just kidding. I'm not sick of it. I do love it. Oh, God damn it. God damn it. Say his name and he appears. I believe in Chad Boozmock. I believe in Chad Boozmock. Fuck. Clip as requested by Aaron Imholt. Sorry, boss, not there as much, but still lurking, just busy. Still here to catch your gay slip-ups as you request. Come on, fucker. All right, what did Chad Boozum? God, I tempted fate, and the fates have not smiled down upon me. Son of a dick. I mean, come on. If you're going to bend me over and fuck me, lube it up first. Oh, God damn it. At least he does me the kindness of leaving the goddamn it in there. I'm going to retweet that. I'll just tweet out, say his name and he appears. I never learn. Rusty Grammar says it's a real jealousy issue for these freaks because they can't perform. I don't understand why they even stream. I mean, I appreciate the love. I do. And I appreciate the money. You can't be a fucking cold, hard beggar like me and not appreciate the $5 they throw in just to let you know that they can't stop thinking about you. Fucking love it. 170 away from today. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate the support today. It's fantastic. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Keep it going. I did say an extra hour if you hit 400 memberships, and I'm only offering that because I'm offering that to tomorrow's show. I don't expect you guys to hit 80 some odd memberships today. Although, like I say, you're always allowed to prove me wrong. Text coming in. He's saying the mRNA is targeted to a fine point, so it promotes mutation. That I get. That I understand. Perfect. Landers says, why is Utah trying to change the age of consent to 13? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on a minute. Utah age of consent. Okay, I shouldn't be Googling shit like that. It's always weird when you Google the age of consent. Here's what Utah law. Holy fuck, you're not kidding. Ew. This is a thing? I'm going to put this up on the screen so people can read along if their screens are big enough. Until last year, Utah's youngest adults at 18 could be charged and sentenced far more harshly than 17-year-olds for having sex with a younger teen of 13. A law passed by the Utah legislature last year gave prosecutors a new, less severe option when there is no force or coercion involved and the 18-year-old is still enrolled in high school. Oh, fucking gross. So an 18-year-old can fuck a 13-year-old in Utah and a less severe option when there's no force. Dude, if you're 18 and you're fucking a 13-year-old, there's always force and coercion. There's never not force or coercion. Stop it. They're 13. Nobody should be having sex with a 13-year-old. Point, double stamp. There is no asterisks or buts on that. I feel totally confident saying that Aaron's position on this issue, nobody should be having sex with a 13-year-old. Zero people, none. Criminal proceedings for anyone. Even 13-year-olds. The change initiated by Senate President J. Stewart Adams and Senate Majority Leader Kirk Cullimore is Utah's latest grappling with a question faced by lawmakers nationwide. How should the criminal justice system handle the nuanced issues surrounding teens whose brains are still developing? Why? This is the road to ruin. This is this moral generalism that is going to fuck us over. This is end of empire type shit. This is the end stages of a society. This is the decaying, dying husk of a once great civilization when this kid shit starts happening. Happened in Rome, happened everywhere else. When it starts to get into, come on. The more blurry the lines get around teenagers and sex, the more fucked we are as a civilization. This makes me, why did you tell me about this? Why do I have to know about this? Is this what you wanted? You wanted a rant. You've got a rant. No. Hey, Aaron, you're in charge of the world. What's the law on children and sex? No. What do you mean? What's the law? No, that's the law. It's a one-page law, and it says no. And my signature is the biggest thing on the bill. Well, should there be a nuanced? No, there's no nuance. Not everything is nuanced, you liberal postmodern cunt. Not everything is nuanced. Some shit is black and white, of age, underage. Hey, this 18-year-old had sex with a 13-year-old. Throw him in fucking prison. Because there's a lot of 18-year-olds who don't. Almost all of them don't. So you can fucking control yourself. And you fucking weirdo, find a 13-year-old attractive? Get out. I can't say, if we were on Rumble, I could say what I really think. If we didn't have YouTube running right now. That's fucking disgusting. Utah criminal law has a bright line before age 14. Children under that age cannot legally consent to sex or sexual touching. For older minors, the laws are complex. They vary based on the age of the person who is having contact. No. Like, look, I'm not going to lie. I lost my virginity before I was 18 to a girl my age who was in high school. I think I was a junior. She was a sophomore. So, like, if it's 17, 16, you know, that's 2 underage people. I still don't think you should be. I shouldn't have been having sex at that age. You're not old enough and mature enough to manage the consequences. I mean, there were my high school relationship. There were fucking pregnancy scares all over the place. But, yeah, Marty, that's very funny. Thank you for that message. He might be moving to Utah after hearing about that. But 13's too old for that particular individual. But when it comes to shit like this, when people start talking about the laws and going, well, maybe it can be this way for this age. And nope, no, sorry. If you're an adult, you will have sex with other adults or you will have sex with nobody. How is that a difficult concept to grasp? Are you over 18? Guess what? You're going to fuck people who are 18 or older. Otherwise, you're not going to fuck. Sorry. If that is a strain on you, then look to you. Don't look to me. That is fucking gross. Aussie Mark says, you look like you had sex with your teacher, Aaron. No teacher would touch me with these fucking zits and shit. No way. I would judge them. I would judge my teacher. If my teachers had sex with me, if I was a high school senior and who was my hottest teacher? Miss Thyron was pretty cute. If I was laying there next to Miss Thyron and we had sex, I would look at her and I'd be like, are you okay? Like, do you need to talk to somebody? Do you need a therapist? Because I'm imagining this is your bottom. I know for most like people who had sex teachers, like they need therapy. I think if a teacher had sex with me back then, I would ask them if they need help. Because I would be like, obviously you're going through some shit. Like there's clearly some things you don't feel comfortable talking to me about. Do you think you could maybe talk to a professional and maybe hammer out some of these problems? Because I need to be honest with you, you're acting out. And you're acting out in very self-destructive ways. I mean, none of this is good for your reputation. Not only are you going to get fired if they find out, but you're going to be shunned because you picked me. You know, I'm the guy who stopped playing football sophomore year because the practices were too hard. So don't. So no, I did not have sex with any of my teachers. Ooh, Miss, oh God, what was her name? No, the hot one, Miss John Doll. Miss John Doll was Miss John Doll could get it. I had three hot teachers in my life. Thyron, and she liked Scrubs. I was her teacher's assistant. She liked Scrubs. Her and I would watch Scrubs clips in her. Oh my God, she wanted to. We would watch Scrubs clips and we would quote Scrubs to each other. Miss Thyron and I, she was cool. She was really awesome. I would flirt with Dory Byer back in those days. And, yeah, well, anyway, it's back down memory lane. That's all. Down memory lane we go. Oh, boy. Let's go to Los Federales. Los Federales says, here was my situation. I was 17 and dating a 16-year-old. When I turned 18 and she was still 16 for half the year. Yeah, I was smashing that. Is that some pedo shit? I don't think so. I think if you both meet while you're teenagers and you're a year apart, I think that's okay. You know? But I think when you're talking about 18 and 13 like that, like Utah, like the Utah law is, yeah, that's a hard fucking pass. No. Baba Shab says, you're gay as fuck, homie. Yeah. Ryobi says, I thought John Doll was the lesbian on Care 11. No, that's Jana Shortall. That's very close. Very close. All right. That 50 and 15 minutes didn't happen, so thank God I don't have to watch the guy cuts off Callus with his knife and his dog eats it video. Thank goodness. 170 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Keep it up because I do appreciate everything you're doing for this program. We're having a nice and easy Thursday. I hope it stays that way because I have enjoyed this thus far. So go ahead and chip in. We appreciate it. Speaking of Donald Trump's administration, we got a lot of Trump news today. I hope that's okay with you. I hope you're all right with a lot of the Trump news. Donald might be going back on Joe Rogan's show, and I think this is something he has to do. I think this is a very good idea. Going on Rogan was good for him the first time. It'll be good for him this time because Joe is not happy with a lot of the Epstein stuff. Joe, I don't think, is happy with a lot of the Israel stuff. Joe would have a lot of tough questions for Donald Trump. And I know that a lot of you are going to go, oh, yeah, right. Yeah, Joe Rogan, tough questions. Joe Rogan kind of melds into whatever his guest is saying. But I thought Joe Rogan asked him some good questions about the 2020 election, asking him to prove his shit on that. I think Joe Rogan can do a good job. Joe just likes to ask the questions he's curious about. So I think, obviously it would be good for Joe to have Trump back on, but I think it would be good for Donald Trump to sit down across from someone who did vote for him, who does know him, but who also has some issues with him. He should go on there. Is Trump going to want to talk about Epstein? Yes, Trump's going to want to talk about Epstein. What also I want to know is, you know, when Elon tweeted out that Trump is in the Epstein files, and he so is, and when he tweeted that out, Kash Patel was on Rogan's show, and Rogan told him live on the program, and Kash Patel's eyes got about this big, and he got scared shitless. And he's like, that's above my pay grade to talk about that, to discuss. I'm not going to get in the middle of the... Above your pay grade, bitch, you're the FBI director. What's above your pay grade? If there's a fucking dirty bomb in Manhattan, that's your pay grade, bro. So Vice President J.D. Vance, White House Chief of Staff Susan Wiles, Attorney General Pam Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche are going to meet, they had dinner last night at J.D. Vance's residence, the Naval Observatory. Among the topics to be discussed is the sit down with Ghislaine Maxwell, a lot of the Epstein stuff. Also up for discussion at their strategy meeting last night was a possible sit-down interview between Blanche and Rogan and Trump and Rogan. I think Trump ought to do the Rogan show again for a couple of reasons. One, I think it would be good for him. But also, number two, I want to hear him answer for some of this shit. Because with a lot of this stuff, he gets away with a lot of placating answers because he's running off to a helicopter or he's standing on the roof of the White House or what have you. I don't like that. I want him to have to answer these questions, directly with a guy like Rogan. He will sit down with Rogan. I think it's a good idea. Landers says, I doubt Trump will do it. It's too bad. I think it's good for the country. I think it's good for everyone involved, but I'm still worried that they're heading down the path right now of pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. I think that's where they're going. I think that's what they want to do. I think that's the direction that the Trump administration's heading. I think she's going to back up what Trump says about Epstein. She's going to say the same shit. That's why they're meeting with her now. They're coaching her. They're going to give her the pardon. She's going to get let out of jail, and the rest of us are going to be left holding the bag. And once that happens, it's going to be full-on mega meltdown, and I don't think Trump's going on anything close to Joe Rogan at that point. T. Duden says Bongino wasn't there because it is a director-level meeting. Well, didn't they have a deputy director, a deputy attorney general there at the thing? So Bongino's the deputy director of the FBI. He could have been there. I think Bongino's thinking about being on the outs. I hope somebody has the courage of their convictions to fucking get out of there. Because so many of these people, Bondi and Patel and Bongino, were like, we're releasing the Epstein files when we get in there. You're gonna see it all. Even Bondi was telling us it's on my desk. And then we get cut off because they found out their boss is in it too much. That's what I believe anyway. All right, guys. Mindall says, you sound like my grandma. Your grandma talks about Joe Rogan a lot? You got a pretty fucking cool grandma, my friend. Let's talk about Candace Owens. I watched her episode with Milo yesterday. I highly recommend it. That conversation got pretty spicy between Milo and Candace Owens. She also believes that the pardon of Ghislaine Maxwell is pretty much fait accompli at this point. That Milo and Candace were both saying that, yep, it looks like that Ghislaine Maxwell's getting out of jail. We got some clips from the Milo Candace Owens podcast. You know, Milo creeps me out more now that he says he's not gay. When he was gay, he made sense. You know, he's a foppish, weird British dude who just gives off a gay vibe in general. But now he's like ex-gay, but he's still, everything about him is still, you know, cornholey. So I don't know. I get weirded out by Milo now. Plus he talks funny. He talks with this weird affect. I don't mean like a British accent. I mean there's an affect on his voice. You'll see it here. This is Candace Owens and Milo Yiannopoulos. They got pretty, like I said, they got pretty spicy on Candace's show yesterday. Before we play this, guys, hit like, hit thumbs up. I see a lot of channels that have less viewers than we do, and they've got shitloads of likes on their stuff. So take a minute, hit thumbs up. You did a better job yesterday. I will say that. Whether it's the goal, whether it's likes, I do better when I ask. So I appreciate that. Take a minute, hit thumbs up, like the show. Fine little Thursday show we've got going here. Hit share. Let's grab some more audience, seeing as we're reinventing, well, not reinventing, but going back to being a morning talk show, little comedy show, little funny show for you with zits and everything. We do need to rebuild that audience because the drama people don't want to be here anymore. And thank God that's addition by subtraction. But let's build that next wave of Steel Toe fans. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow on Rumble, Twitter, Facebook, Kick, YouTube, wherever you are. Hit it. All right, here's the clip. Let's go.
I like how you call it the Mossad, which is correct. The Mossad. The Mossad, no, they know how many American Catholic bishops are homosexuals.
Well, so do I. Every single one of them.
Man, because I met somebody who works in Israeli intelligence who told me, oh yeah, it's 88%. I said, what? You know, oh, 88% of American Catholic bishops. And I said, what do you mean 88%? I said, oh, well, we checked. I was like, what do you mean you checked? For them not to know what's happening on their own border, is ludicrous.
Again, so they were Candace Owens. I'm sad that they cut that clip off in the middle. Candace Owens and Milo Yiannopoulos. And when I was listening to this, I was like, I can't wait to bring this to my audience. I want to know what they think about it. Candace and Milo were talking about the fact that October 7th, they believe it was a false flag. They believe it was an inside job or that Israel allowed it to happen. And I've thought that a lot too, because of what Milo's saying. Mossad knows everything. Mossad knows where all the Iranian leaders are and, can wipe them out in a bombing and all that. Like, Mossad knows all. So to think that Mossad can't stop every single attack that would come across their border is silly. And now you look at the fact that Netanyahu is saying, all right, you know what? I'm going to occupy Gaza. Israel's going to take it. It's like, okay, that's what this was about the whole time. Because if it was really about the hostages, which is bullshit, you wouldn't have gone in there willy-nilly bombing and shelling the place like you did. Because you probably killed a few of your hostages. You did a little Edward the Longshanks Archer move with your bombing. So it was never about the hostages. It was just about having a galvanizing event that allowed you to go in and do what you want to do. A lot like 9/11. So I don't know what percent of our audience thinks that October 7th may have been either an inside job or allowed to happen. But I have a hard time believing that Mossad didn't know about it and couldn't have done something about it. Because like Milo says, Mossad knows shit that nobody's supposed to know. Nobody's supposed to know a lot of the stuff that Mossad just casually comes up with. This next clip, the J.D. Vance stuff, you don't really need to, it's not that important. There's the Mossad stuff about January 7th. It's a good interview, though. They talk a little bit about the Brigitte Nielsen stuff and all that. By the way, Candace Owens has kind of sold me on the Brigitte Nielsen. I keep calling her Brigitte Nielsen. Bridget Macron. She's kind of sold me on the Macron stuff. I don't know about the man part, about Macron being a man. Maybe. There's a lot of interesting evidence, but definitely that she's a groomer. And definitely that she groomed Emmanuel Macron from the time he was 14 years old. And I 1,000% believe that she was having an inappropriate relationship with him while he was, a teenager, while he was in school. And as far as whether or not she's a trans person, I'm kind of leaning that way too. Candace Owens has been killing it lately, and she's going to fight that lawsuit. If you don't know, Candace Owens' husband is fucking loaded. She's not going to have any problems paying to fight that lawsuit. Wally World with $5 says General Flynn said the same thing about October 7th. Yeah, I think it was probably a false flag. I think Israel has wanted Gaza for a long time. Netanyahu is a greater Israel guy. He wants Gaza. He wants the West Bank. And surprise, surprise, he's now using October 7th as the impetus to go in and take it. So it's kind of like us going into Iraq and Afghanistan and all these other countries. Like, when it all lines up too perfect, it would be irresponsible of you not to ask questions about it. Yeah, my audience is 100% sold that she's a dude, that Macron's a dude. Candace Owens raises some good points. It's like, if you're going to go around suing people for saying this, show some photos. Show us photos of you as of a young girl, show photos of you pregnant. Any one of those would quash the "you're a guy" thing, Brian says 39-year-old teacher banged a 14-year-old student is 100% a pedo. Yeah, I really, the Macron stuff, we can talk about was she born a dude? That sounds a little crazy to some people, and I get that might be a bridge too far for some. But at the very least, she's a creep. Let's say she is a woman. She took advantage of this 14-year-old boy and started a physical relationship with him. That's insane. And now he's the leader of France. Crazy talk. Thank you for the $5, Wally World. 165 away from today's goal. Keep it going. Like I said, I've been a little ashamed of how we've had to hit the goal. I'm ashamed of myself, not of you guys. You guys are great. So today, just a highly encouraging day. If we lose, we lose. But, really, we're not on pace to lose right now. So keep going at the pace we're going. I appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you very much. 165 away from today and 86 gifted memberships away from 400 on Rumble. If you're feeling generous, you haven't thrown anything in all week, now's the time because it means a lot. We're really close. Thanks, guys. So, yeah, check out the Candace and Milo interview. Have you been seeing any of this Alan Dershowitz stuff, the former Epstein lawyer? So apparently, this is wild. He's having a beef with a Perogi guy in his neighborhood. I'm not kidding. Alan Dershowitz is mad at a Perogi stand. So he lives in Martha's Vineyard. He's a super wealthy lawyer. And there's a guy who sells pierogies, which are like Polish dumplings. The guy sells pierogies at like a farmer's market in Martha's Vineyard, and he will not sell pierogies to Alan Dershowitz. He's an anti-Zionist. He doesn't like what Israel is doing. Alan Dershowitz, obviously a huge Israel guy. So this has been a big beef, and the pierogi guy is like, I don't want to serve you pierogies. And I know you're listening to this, and you're like, Aaron, this is fucking retarded, right? This is insane. There's not, like, Alan Dershowitz is not publicizing a massive pierogi beef. Oh, no, he is. He is starting a massive pierogi beef. So he's been going on TV, and my anti-Semitism, they won't let me eat pierogies. Multi-millionaire, lives in one of the most rarest pieces of real estate in America, but he's mad that the pierogi guy is exercising his right to refuse service to him. Now they're filming. People are going by and filming Alan Dershowitz. So this pierogi guy has told him no. Dershowitz keeps going back to the fucking pierogi stand and bothering this guy and going like, excuse me, but remember you said you wouldn't sell me pierogies? Why are you not selling me pierogies? It just seems very strange that you would not sell me these. We got a video here, and I think you're up to speed on this now. This is just a bizarre, crazy thing that's happening, that Alan Dershowitz is just playing this victim deal. And by the way, this is the guy who defended pedophile extraordinaire Jeffrey Epstein, got massages from Epstein's girls that don't exist, by the way, was on the island, was on the plane, all of this stuff. And this guy is so fucking shameless about the things he's done that he has the gall to go on TV and say, I'm being persecuted by the Perogi guy. And he goes and he harasses the Perogi guy every time he's open. This is Alan Dershowitz with the Perogi man.
To try to restore community and to ask you to sell me pierogi in the interest of keeping the island together so we don't have two pierogi stands. One.
I want you to sell me pierogi in the interest of keeping the island community together. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The Perogi guy not wanting to do business with Alan Dershowitz. It's tearing the island apart. Martha's Vineyard is not going to be able to continue if this guy doesn't sell Alan Dershowitz his pierogi. And by the way, look at the faces of everyone in this video. They're all laughing their asses off because they all think this is ridiculous.
For anti-Zionists and one for people who will sell to anybody. So I'd ask you to please just sell me any one of your products to show that you're prepared to sell to anybody and not allow your anti-Zionism to...
Dude, are you sure it's anti-Zionism? They might think you're a pedo, dude. Like, I love that he's like, oh, it has to be my Jewishness. No, it might be the fact that they're pretty sure you've had sex with underage girls before. And they don't want to be associated with that. I mean, if you're a lawyer, this is not an uncommon thing, I would think. That maybe you've defended some people that they find morally reprehensible, so they don't want to do business with you. I'm sure the people who defended OJ ran into that. You know, like, we don't want to do business with you. We don't want to be associated with you. You defended OJ, and that upsets me. That can't be the first time this has happened to an attorney.
Decide which people will sell. Will sell to.
Ethan. This man is calling me an anti-Zionist.
Excuse me, this man is a saint. Mm-hmm. I also offer you this book, which I signed it to you. To Krem, please learn the truth.
Thank you so much.
Oh, gross. So he's like handing them out like pro-Israel literature because they won't sell him pierogi. This is gross. I'm sorry, but I hate to side with Bappa Shab and Sam Show again, but like, this is the shit that reinforces stereotypes. This is the cries out in pain while he strikes you. He is harassing these people. He is bothering them. He is an attorney who had a morally reprehensible client, and there is ample evidence to prove that this man engaged in some shady shit. And these pierogi people don't want their business associated with him. So what does he go to? Anti-Semitism, and tries to hand them pro-Israel literature. Dude, this is the kind of shit that kind of creates anti-Semitism, because there's a chance that these people, the fact that you're Jewish has nothing to do with it. The fact that you defended Epstein and you may have done some fucked up shit, that may be why they're not selling you pierogi. And you got to go, well, I can use my Jewishness as a shield. It's gross, dude. It's fucking gross.
Alan, thank you so much. I am very surprised that you're here because of the things that you've been saying about us and the business.
So just you, yeah.
That's the other thing. If you guys don't know about this, Dershowitz has been going on Fox News and trashing the shit out of these people. Dershowitz has been going on Fox News, using his platform to trash the fuck out of a little pierogi business run by Polish immigrants. Boy, I tell you what, the Zionists really are becoming the Nazis. They're bullying Polish people. They want to get rid of them. But I digress. This guy has been going on television and just belittling these fucking people and calling them the worst names in the world. And now he goes up to him and goes, why won't you sell me a pierogi? Would you like to read my pamphlet? It's like, dude, fuck you. You were just on fucking Laura Ingraham telling the world what pieces of shit we are. You think this is a Jew thing now? We don't like you, motherfucker. You're an asshole.
Online. Yeah. Well, good pierogi is our business and Kremiskevich is me. And I really do not appreciate what you've been sharing in the last week since is it true?
Of course.
You have proof that I am an anti-Semite.
Yeah, you protested the Jewish Culture Festival last year, which had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. It was just Jewish food, Jewish music, Jewish art. And you protested it, and the rabbi said that was an anti-Semitic act. Do you disagree?
Oh, well, the rabbi said that. Okay, well, then it's got to be true, right? Like if you criticize pedophilia in the Catholic Church and the Pope says that that's just anti-Catholic bigotry, well, then it's got to be true.
With that?
I do disagree with that.
You think it's okay to protest Jewish cultural events?
No. Stop. You think it's okay to protest. Stop. Full stop. Yes. You think it's okay to protest. Let me stop you there. Yes. Well, I haven't even told you what the protest is. I don't give a shit. Well, Aaron, you think it's okay to protest for Black Lives Matter? Yes, it's fine. You can do that. You're allowed to do that. Doesn't make you anti-white, doesn't make you anti-black, doesn't make you anti-this, anti-that. If people are anti something, they will tell you. They have a hard time shutting up about it.
Thank you.
Just called me over. Excuse me, what this man is saying. You used made them
what
feel
this man is saying.
Anti-Semite.
No.
That's what they
What this man is saying.
And they just let me know that made them feel uncomfortable. So if there's anything I can do to help complete this transaction, I see
My pronouns are they, them, and you know.
So this guy is coming in to basically tell Dershowitz, hey, clear the fuck out, dude. You're like harassing these people. You're making them feel very uncomfortable. And he is, and he's preventing them from doing business. I hope people went and bought a lot of food from these people and went and supported them, because this is a full-on passive-aggressive cunt-head attack that Dershowitz is doing. He's using his platform to go on TV, trash the fuck out of a little pierogi stand in Martha's Vineyard, and then has the gall to go up to them and goes, why won't you sell me pierogi? Oh, what a dick. He's really an evil guy, man.
About this, that my pronouns are they, them, and you continue to misgender me.
You know what?
So this person's trans as well. Well, then Alan Dershowitz is clearly a transphobic.
No, you just called me him, so please stop
people
lying.
have slips of the tongue. You are they, you are them. I'm happy to use whatever pronouns you want. This is not about that. This is about you protesting a Jewish event.
No.
You did?
No, it's not. No, it's not. You're making it about that. You're piling on. You didn't get pierogies, you fucking dick. So you're being an asshole, and you're going, well, I'm here to stand up for the protest. No, you're not.
Did you protest the Jewish event? You won't answer that question?
Alan, I want to introduce myself.
Hi, I'm Alan.
Yeah, I'm Talia. I'm a Jewish member of the community.
Oh, you mean the pierogi stand is run by Jews? Fucking crazy, Alan.
The organizers of the peaceful Jewish-led protest.
It was a Jewish-led protest. You see, Alan left that part out. Interesting. This is what I keep telling, like, Sam Show, Bappa Shab. You guys got to be careful. There's a lot of Jews that are anti-Zionist, and they think what Israel's doing is fucking disgusting.
Of the Jewish Cultural Festival.
You protested the fact that you're Jewish.
This is not a cross-examination. It's a conversation.
Okay.
Good for her. Good for her.
Hey, don't call us bigots. Don't call us bigots.
They fucking hate, like, everybody there hates him. And a lot of them are Jewish, so it's not a Jewish thing.
My grandparents died in the Holocaust.
Oh, okay, God damn it. Why is it every fucking time we have to go to that? Why is that the goddamn nuclear bomb? Don't call me a bigot. My grandparents died in the Holocaust. All right. Jesus Christ. All these arguments devolve into shit that it's not about. You won't sell me pierogies. Stick to that part. And here's how that conversation would go. Will you sell me pierogies? No, fuck off. I hate you. Okay, bye. But then it's like, why did you protest the thing? Why are all of you people bigots? Don't call me a bigot. My parents died in the Holocaust. Like, all right, guys. We're getting a little far afield here.
Don't you call me an anti-Semite.
Everybody flee with banners that said, all liberation is inextricably linked. My Jewish culture.
All right, now they're boring me. They're boring me with all their side quests that they're taking. But I think one thing this proves is that Alan Dershowitz is a douchewitz. He's a fucking cunt. Alan Dershowitz. God, is he awful. And then for him to try and make it like an anti-Semitism thing. You know, and then for these people to go, dude, we're Jewish. So he's been going on TV trashing the fuck out of these people and not telling anyone that these people are Jewish. What a dishonest dick. Coltrane with $1 says, I never thought about the Jews. This show has made me come to highly dislike them and start enjoying German marching music and making it my alarm and ring. No. While we're talking about this segment, do not make this the donation segment. Do not make this the segment where we hit the goal. Guy, no, I gotta stop. I took Monday off from talking about any of this stuff. Tuesday, we barely talked about any of this stuff. No, this is not, I'm trying to talk about these stories and be fair because I always see people either being anti-Jewish or anti the other thing. And I parse these things down the middle and I kind of give it a more nuanced look. No, do not make this the, hey, right on, Aaron, you're the guy, German marching music. Don't make this the donation segment. I don't want to open up Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants and see that this is the one that got us the goal today. We're at 165. We're doing great. Thank you so much. But pick a different segment to knock out the rest of the goal today. Okay? We're going to be fun. The point of this segment was not what Coltrane just said. The point of this segment is Alan Dershowitz is a cunt. That's all right. We're good. Nomo with $1. Fuck it. Wait, if they're anti-Semitic, as he claims, shouldn't he be boycotting the stand instead of begging for their food? That's a good point, too. Why won't you serve me food, you anti-Semites? And they're like, we're not anti-Semitic, dude. We're Jewish. Then why won't you give me pierogi? Because we think you're a cunt. Oh, so you won't serve food to cunts? Not cunts like you. Oh, Jewish cunts? I hate him a lot. I hate Alan Dershowitz. I don't like to hate people very much. Hate is baggage, as they say. But Alan Dershowitz is just so easy to say. He's so easy to hate. Text coming in. Weird, you tried not to talk about it. Choose Monday, Tuesday, and you struggled for the goal. More race. It's not racism to talk about. You're kind of part of the problem, dude. Whoever sent that text in, you're kind of part of the problem. To talk about things and be honest about things is not racism. To lie, that's racist. Like, you come to this show, you're going to get a lot more fair shake from all sides than most other shows. But Alan Dershowitz is a fucking dickhead. Monica, oh God, Monica with $5 over on PayPal. No, guys, like I said, you can wait until the next segment. It's okay to throw in. I mean, I appreciate any donation you send to this program, but I really do feel like it can wait until the next segment so it doesn't look mistakenly like you're supporting what Coltrane was saying. 160 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for, again, your generosity and contributions. PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and gifted memberships. Thank you. Also, Trump is considering getting involved in the New York City mayor race because people are fucking terrified of this Mamdani guy. It seems like everyone's terrified of this Muslim guy running for New York City mayor, except the voters of New York City. It's like it's like New York City is daring they're daring to become the most retarded city in the world. Like, they see London and they go, fuck you, dude, we got this. They want to bring this Mamdani guy in. The entire world, it does, like, even Democrats are looking at it going, bro, don't. This guy is a fucking lunatic. He wants, like, communist government grocery stores. This has been a disaster everywhere it's been tried. Like, if you were to say, I want to destroy, remember the League of Shadows in the first Batman movie? And their plan was to kill Gotham through economic means. I feel like Mamdani is the plot. He's the Henry Ducar. He's the Ra's al Ghul who's been sent. He's like, hey, I'm going to destroy New York, but I'm going to make it look like I'm trying to help. I'm going to use economic warfare to destroy. It's like there was a bet made somewhere that they said, hey, you see, like back in like 2004, hey, you see how this is like the greatest city and they've cut crime down to almost nothing. And it's like an incredibly safe place for tourism and all that. And they were like, yeah, hey, do you think we can destroy it within a generation? Like, why Why wouldn't you want it to just keep being awesome? I mean, you've had Giuliani, you've had Bloomberg. They've done a great job. Why don't we just keep picking guys like that? Curtis Sliwa would probably do a decent job. No. Wouldn't it be more fun to see if we can take this whole thing and fuck it up? No. Why do you want to do that? I don't know, for funsies. So they pick de Blasio. He's a nightmare. They pick, after that, Adams, who might be mentally retarded. We don't know. And then they have they want to bring in this then there was, Cuomo was governor. So yeah, it was Adams. Then, now they want to bring in Mamdani, who's like, in case you didn't understand what we were trying to do, we're trying to fuck this thing up on purpose. Here you go. So now, even the New York Democrats want Donald Trump to come in and get involved in the New York mayoral election because they're worried this Mamdani guy is going to fuck the whole thing up. All right. Before we get into that, On a Wall, gifting a membership to Carlos Cameo. Thank you very much. Hey, Cameo, pass along that membership. We're now 85 gifted memberships away from 400. Thank you very much. And Kyler with $5 says, Alle huldigen Anführer Imholt. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure it was offensive. Guys, thank you for your contributions, but we don't need to knock out the goal during that last segment. Thank you. Coltrane with $1 says, don't make this donation segment. Wink, wink. I see what you did there. No, I didn't. That's not what I did. Not at all. By the way, that does send us to 150 away from today. Thank you so much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Thank you. Like I said, it's a no-beg day today. Just keep going. Let's see if we can make that work. All right? Thanks. We're really close. You guys are the best. Mamdani isn't anything special. They have commie governors even. I don't know, man. Mamdani's got some ideas that are positively Soviet. God damn it. Gray Duckling with $10 says, wait, let me get my Jew money in. No, we don't need to call it Jew money. That's not necessary. Now that's anti-Semitic. That's different. But thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. 145. Yes, Mad Move says power of positivity. Hey, man, I'm hoping the positivity gets rewarded. It was really awesome. We did positivity last night. Ended the show $50 short. By the time I woke up this morning, they'd knocked it out. So power of positivity. Thank you. You guys are ahead for today. You keep it up that way. I can't thank you enough. Hossie Mark says New York City wants Batman to actually exist. Yeah, like, do you want Batman? Just bring Mamdani in. You'll get Batman. Bapa Shab says, thank God I'm not in that Judge Dredd mega city. Cameo says, and Como would have dipped halfway through to run for president. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Cuomo is really bad, but Mamdani is so fucking out there that I never thought I'd say this. I think if I lived in New York, I think I'd probably vote for Adams. I'd write in John Adams. No, I'd probably vote for Eric Adams, but I think he's a complete dipshit of a leader. I think he's awful. I think he's stupid. I don't mean like, I think he's stupid like he's a bad leader. I think he's a stupid guy, like not in an insulting way, as weird as that sounds. I think intellectually he's a dum-dum. He's a dum-dum guy. Gray Duckling with $5 says Muslim money. How about you just donate because you love the program and it doesn't have to be attached to any race? How about that, guys? How about you all choose to donate to the program and it has nothing to do with racial or religious background? That's cool, right? 140 away from today's goal. Thank you. Aussie Mark says, oh, so you hate Muslims too, Aaron? No. I think if anything, it shows I love blacks. Right? Do I get intersectionality points? Probably not, because I called him a dumb guy. I called him stupid. So that probably offsets my voting for the black guy. I voted for Obama in 2008, so I'm forever intersectional. K Fallen the Great with $2 says, Erica, That's not, we don't need that, but thank you. I appreciate the $2. It's very kind. So they want Trump to get involved in this New York City mayor's race because Mamdani's a lunatic. So right now it's Eric Adams as an independent, Cuomo as an independent, Curtis Sliwa of the Guardian Angels as the Republican, and Mamdani is the Democratic candidate. Now, they could have Adams or Cuomo drop out of the race and give them a shot at not having Mamdani the guy. Curtis Sliwa could drop out of the race and they would have Mamdani beat. That's what they'd probably have to do. But recently, Trump talked about getting involved in the race and supporting Cuomo. The only problem I have with that is Trump has already looked enough like a New World Order president so far, like he's just part of the globalist regime. So like him jumping into a mayoral race to support Andrew Cuomo, who's also a giant globalist, it's gonna make the MAGA people feel more alone in the world. Like, I don't know what I would rather have. Do I want Mamdani in there to just further continue the rot of New York City, to be Dinkins times 2? Or do I want Trump to get involved and make a fucking deal with the globalist devil to endorse Cuomo? And then again, how much better is Cuomo than Mamdani? I'm not sure he's that much better. Crooked butt-fingering asshole. Gray Duckling with $2 says, enrich money. No, just because I said I'd vote for Eric Adams doesn't mean your donations are about black people. Can't we just support the program? Zen Man with $1 says, Das Boot. That's not, there's no reason. There's no reason to talk about that. Sam Show says, RIP OBS. What? No, my shit's fine. Everything's good. What happened? What are you talking about OBS for? Everything seems good. We're good. We're at about 600 people right now. Our show's probably going to settle into that 600 range, unfortunately. No more drama, just doing the show this way. I think that's just got to be our new comfort zone, doing the show we want to do. As long as that goal keeps getting knocked out, I'm a happy guy. We'll just rebuild from that 600 or so. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We appreciate it. Throw in a couple of bucks. Thank you, guys. So Trump getting involved to help Cuomo out, that, like I said, kind of an ultimate deal with the devil. We got another update in the Minnesota Feeding Our Future scandal. Before we do that, our numbers are low today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I'm not going to lose audience without a fight. I'm going to try and do everything I can to maintain as much as I can. But hit like, hit subscribe. I think it's healthy to acknowledge when you're in peaks and valleys. I mean, audience-wise, the last year or so has been great, but it's not been good for me. I think going back to doing the show we like, we get a lot more compliments now. It's bad for our stats. You know, we're barely in the 300s on YouTube every day, barely in the 300s on Rumble. We're in the 100 or so, 200 range on Twitter, and then we're in the dozens on the other ones. So it's like 700 or so at a time, which is not as good as it used to be, but it's healthier for me. And I may sound like a hippie or whatever, but I like the way I feel when we do a show like this versus when it's just gutter shit. I don't like it. So as long as you guys are here to financially support it, we'll keep doing it. And we've reinvented many times. We've been up, we've been down, and we'll be up again, and we'll be down again. It'll happen many times over the years. So just hit like, hit subscribe, and keep moving the needle. You guys are doing great. Thank you so much. And tell your friends. So the FBI got another W in this Feeding Our Future scandal. The federal prosecutor in this case said, we're not even close to done. The kind of second in command of the Feeding Our Future scandal has been sentenced now. They got him for 28 years in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised probation. Holy shit. So if you don't remember, the Feeding Our Future scandal is fat white lady recruits a shitload of Somalis to rip off the federal government for Health and Human Services dollars. She tells these small restaurants to say that they're serving 4,000 children every day lunch. And then she turns that into the federal government, and they've ripped off like hundreds of millions of dollars in just this Minnesota scandal. Over 50 people have been sentenced for it. And now they've sentenced the man who helped defraud. He helped lead the scheme with Amy Bach. And now he's getting 28 years in prison. And it is kind of funny, like, when I say, hey, they got the second in command, they got him, it feels like I'm talking about like Al-Qaeda or something. Then you get to the guy's name and it's Abdi Aziz Shafil Farah. And you're like, oh shit, maybe it is. We're multicultural as fuck over here, bro. But yes, it's one of those things where they're probably going to be doing this for a while. We're going to keep getting huge numbers. But the thing about this guy is he's one of the ringleaders, and he wouldn't be going to prison for so long. You know, in Minnesota, we're pretty historically lenient on Somalis. You know, we'll throw the fat white lady in jail forever. We don't care. But on the Somalis, we're a Democratic-run state, so they're kind of elitist, and they think Somalis are stupid and they can't do stuff like this. So these poor dumb Somalis had to be tricked by the white man, or white woman in this case. It is kind of gross. I think Democrats in Minnesota embody the soft bigotry of low expectations. But this guy would have gotten off a lot lighter, but he tried to bribe the jury during his trial. He did. In the middle of the trial, he offered one of the jurors tens of thousands of dollars to be the fly in the ointment that would cause a mistrial. And of course, that juror went right to the judge and said, is it okay for the guy who's on trial to be offering me money to acquit him? And the judge is like, oh, fuck. I mean, it was pretty brazen. Now, court documents show Farah, the former co-owner of Empire Cuisine and Market, enrolled in the federal child nutrition program during the early days of the pandemic. Prosecutors say he then used his role to steal more than $47 million in program funds by, listen to this, by claiming to serve 18 million meals. 18 million. Remember that pizza story we did earlier where it said how many pizzas you'd have to cook to get to 6 million? 3,000 a day. So to get to 18 million, you'd have to make 9,000. This guy was saying he was making 9,000 meals a day for poor people during the pandemic at more than 30 food distribution sites. So here, if we got to do 9,000 meals a day and we got 30 distribution sites, that means that each distribution site is serving 300 poor people meals every day. Dude, I mean, part of this is the federal government's fault too, for just going, oh yeah, sure, blank check. I think if anything, it shows how bad of an idea it is to have all these welfare programs, because the government just cuts you the check, no questions asked, until 5 years later when they go, oh shit, we're missing like $250 million. We should ask some questions. All of this shit should be handled by the private sector. All of this shit should be handled by charities. None of this stuff should be handled by the government. It's so full of fraud and waste. I mean, think about it. In Minnesota, under one program, there's $250 million worth of fraud. Okay, now think of how much fraud there is in Minnesota when you consider all of the federal welfare programs. All right, it's easily over $1 billion, right? Now multiply that by 50 states. Most of those states are bigger than Minnesota and have more poor people. You're talking hundreds of billions of dollars in welfare fraud every year. Easily, no problem. Because this isn't even the only welfare scandal Minnesota's had. We had the daycare one, where people were making up daycare residents or daycare staff members and kids going to the daycares. And the government would just cut the check. And once again, it was white people using Somalis as a vehicle to funnel money into their pockets. Farah was then convicted of conspiracy to commit wire fraud, conspiracy to commit federal programs bribery, false statements in a passport application, conspiracy to commit money laundering, 2 counts of federal programs bribery, 6 counts of wire fraud, 2 turtle doves, and, you're not going to believe this, a partridge in a pear tree, and 11 counts of money laundering. The fraud was perpetrated by a pay-to-play system, according to prosecutors, where thousands of dollars in bribes and kickbacks were paid to personnel at Feeding Our Future and Partners in Nutrition. Well, yeah, I mean, you got to pay these people off to stay quiet. That's how these things fall apart. You miss a payment. Now, we got to get to the bribery part. Farah and 4 other Feeding Our Future defendants also tried to bribe a juror with $120,000 cash in exchange for a not guilty verdict. Unreal. I would have taken it. I'm not going to lie. It's not a crime to say hypothetically you would accept a bribe, right? If somebody said, hey, man, you know how you're doing this jury shit for free? And like, it's one of the most agonizing things you've ever done. Yeah. I'll give you $120,000 to make it go my way. Now, if he was like a rapist or a murderer, I would obviously say no, but he ripped off a federal government fucking welfare food program and I can get $120,000 and shit. And you know what, guys, not for nothing. I'd even put a little towards the goal. Right? I might even go as high as 1 over prime. I would have taken. Would you guys have taken it? Honestly, guy comes to you, $120,000 for a not guilty verdict, cash. You know, you get the whole suitcase. Let's say he does the whole duffel bag thing from the movies, and he goes, "What do you say? $120,000." Comes to your hotel room, $120,000. All you got to do is say you don't think he did it. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah for $120,000. The only thing that sucks about it is you'd have to spend it over the course of like 15 years. You couldn't just go out and buy something expensive. Just give yourself a little $1,500 allowance here and there. You know, you can't just dump it into an investment account. The government's going to go, where the fuck did that come from? So you got it just a little bit at a time. It's your vacation fund every year. But I'm 1,000% taking the bribe. Does that make me a bad guy? Am I a bad guy for saying I would 1,000% take the bribe? I don't know. Let's go. $1 from Oblo Pacheco. Says, my last shekel before the train leaves. But damn with $1. Says, sound is cutting in and out and pick is freezing. Not watch. God damn it, Rumble Studio. I know you guys are saying OBS. It's not OBS. It's Rumble Studio. I decided to use it today because we need the Rumble Studio hours. For some reason, it fucks up. It hurts our numbers when we use it. It sucks. Concrete PD says 1 point over prime. You only donate $6,000 out of 120,000. It wasn't meant to be a math joke. It was what do you call it? It was a Fargo joke. That's all. It was a William H. Macy line from Fargo. That's all. So they got that. God, $120,000 just to say a guy's not guilty. I will make this statement. If the crime he's accused of committing is a nonviolent crime, fuck yeah, I will go not guilty for $120,000. I mean, if you can get $120,000 from someone, and if that doesn't solve all of your problems, you've got way too many problems. I'll be honest. Guys, let's go ahead and open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for our friends at All Care Towing. Of course, All Care Towing, whether you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, no matter what reason your vehicle has for not being operable, All Care Towing will get it back to wherever you need it to be. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Put them in your phone. Better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them. That's All Care Towing. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Of course, our friends at Midland Armory have all the answers for you when it comes to, and they take care of the entire suppressor process, which is great. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, MidlandArmory.com. So whether it's knives, optics, parts and gear, whatever you need for hunting, home defense, personal carry, whatever, talk to Derek, talk to Tracy. They've got it for you. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. And then, of course, Stoney's. Tonight is bike night at Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Our pals at Stoney's have $2.50 beers, cans, at Stoney's tonight. Go visit Cheetos, hang out on the patio. Stoney's Garage is the best. That's Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's today. Dead Game says, quit whining, numbers ebbs and flows. It ain't like turning on a radio. No, I get it. I said that today. I said that when it comes to numbers, look, we're in a down period. Last week wasn't so much a down period. This week's a down period. It'll get better, or it won't. We have hit all of our goals this week, so that's great. You know, can't complain about that. Which, by the way, 140. Oh, thank you for the $2, Dr. Silverwolf. He says, we love our Somalis. We love the way they bribe. I think that's actually a pretty American thing for them to do. I think that shows a level of assimilation. That's like some mob shit. But again, I would take the $120K. $140 away from today's goal. Thank you, Dr. Silverwolf. Let's have this be an early one. It's a Smiley Power of Positivity goal day. So let's show the world that there's no need for begging on Steel Toe. There's no need for, we can be nice, we can smile, and you guys will throw in money and we'll hit this thing. There's no limit to how much you can contribute. Gray Duckling with $5 says, take that money and vote guilty and move. That's a good point. Take the money, vote guilty. Well, no, then they'll rat you out. They'll rat you out and you'll lose that money. Now, I'm sorry, but if you take the 120 grand, you got to do the job. You know, it's like in pro wrestling. You take the money, you do the job. You got to lay down. 135 away from today. Thank you, Gray Duckling and Silver Wolf. 135 is the number. It looks good. We'll see if it finishes off strong. I hope it does, man. That would be awesome. That would be really, really awesome. Sam Show telling me, Aaron, panic when it's winter. Then there's no excuse. I will say this. I've never gotten more messages from people talking about how good the show is now. They're saying it's back to the old days. I appreciate that. Jeremy writing in, of course. Oh, I could grab Jeremy by the ankles and shake him out for some money, right? Jeremy says, referring to listeners, just think if people could listen to all of their, listen at work in all of their offices. I feel like my language has gotten better. I'll clean it up. You know what, Jeremy? You throw in $50 right now, and I'll put a swear jar out, and I'll put money in the swear jar. And then I'll try to keep my mouth. It'll be an F-bomb jar. How's that? If I throw out any cunt words or fuck bombs, I'll put money in the jar. How's that? A quarter at a time. How's that? That works out. Sam Show says, fuck off, Jeremy. You can't win. Jeremy throws in a big dono right now. I'm going to go ahead and start a curse jar. And I'm going to do... People in the chat are not happy about that idea. Aussie Mark says, oh my God, you make it sound like it's a lot of money. You don't really know how expensive hookers are, do you? Oh, sorry. Aussie Mark is saying if he took the $120,000 bribe, that would not go very long. All right. Well, I mean, this is why hookers are bad for our culture, I would argue. Well, guys, it's on its way. About year and a half, 2 years from now, Mel Gibson's Passion of the Christ sequel is coming out. Remember when that was like the hacky joke after Passion of the Christ came out back in like 2002 or 2003, whenever it was? And everyone was like, oh yeah, they're going to make a sequel where he comes back. Well, guess what? Mel Gibson made the sequel. It's about when Jesus comes back. It's called Resurrection of the Christ, and it's going to be released in 2 parts. I haven't watched Passion of the Christ since I saw it in theaters. So it's been over 20 years since I've seen that movie, but I remember it being like very moving. It was a very moving film. Like one thing about Mel Gibson, that guy can make the shit out of a movie. But he's releasing Passion of the Christ 2, Resurrection of the Christ. It sounds like a fucking Star Wars movie. On 2 Christian holidays. I believe he's announcing it Ash Wednesday and Easter. Oh, no, Good Friday and Ascension Day. That's right. Mel Gibson is like super duper like old school Catholic Christian before it became political. I was talking to a Baptist minister at the Benton County Fair. That's a fucking sentence, right? And we were talking about religion. He was a really interesting guy. And he even does a show on WJON on Sundays. And this guy, we were talking about Catholicism and how political and monetized Catholicism became in the Middle Ages. And I was talking to him about how I was raised Catholic. I kind of like the way the Catholics do shit. And then he was reminding me about indulgences and, you know, men getting between you and God and using it to make money for themselves. And I'm like, yeah. No, that part, the political structure and the fact that there's a pope and the saints, I think a lot of that's fucking weird. I said, but I like the way the Catholics stick to the book. And he said, the Catholics don't stick to the book. I said, what? I feel like Catholics stick to the book. He goes, what is it called? When they bless. So Catholics believe when you bless the host, when you bless the bread and the wine, that it actually becomes the body and blood of Christ. That is a Catholic dogma. Transcendentalism or something like that, where once it's blessed, it's literally the body and blood of Christ. A lot of other Christians don't believe that. But I felt like we kind of got into some nitpicking. But yeah, Catholics do believe some extra biblical shit. Like some shit that maybe wasn't in the original rules. I still think a lot of the other sects of Christianity bend the rules of the Bible way, way, way too much. I don't know, man. What is that called? Somebody's got to have it. One person saying transubstantiation, the other person saying transcendentalism. 09 Canyon says I think it's transubstantiation. Yeah. Transubstantiation is where when you bless the blood and you bless the wine, it's not transfiguration. Don't try to confuse me. It literally becomes the body and blood of Christ. And they had a problem with that. They're like, we don't believe in that in the Baptist church. And I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, and I even said to the guy, I go, really, that is not a big concern of mine. I'm not really worried about that part, you know? Sam Show says, bend the rules of the Bible. You Catholics just make shit up like Jews. Do we? Do us? You know, we do. We do kind of make shit up. Like a lot of the shit we've made up is that, like a lot of the money stuff. A lot of the stuff that makes the church money was completely made up, like indulgences. We also talked about how the Catholic Church did a lot of gatekeeping back when they weren't allowed to do masses in anything but Latin, and I agreed that's kind of fucked up. That's a little weird. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says it's called morphin time. Cue the power. No, it's not morphin time. It's transubstantiation. That is correct. It's not where the bread and the wine morphs into a dinosaur. Stop it. Thank you for the $2, Dr. Silverwolf. Aussie Mark says the only good thing about Catholicism was getting rid of all the witches. I mean, we never did get a thank you for that, by the way. Like, we got rid of all the witches. We even got rid of some people who weren't witches, but were just kind of fucking annoying. And nobody ever said thank you. Nobody ever said, you know, good job, Catholics, add a kid. You know, the Inquisition. Never got a thank you for that. The Crusades. Never got a thank you for that. Just, you guys are so bad. It's like, God. Fucking all we wanted to do was get rid of all the witches in your life, and you fucking yell at us. This is the teaser for the resurrection of the Christ. And I'll be honest with you, like, it's a Mel Gibson movie. It's about Jesus. It's going to be a banger. It's going to be really good. And, like, the story of the crucifixion is a real fucking bummer, and it's really depressing, and it's really awful. But, you know, the story of the resurrection is hopeful. Are they going to go like full-on action movie? Is he going to descend down into hell and defeat the devil and like do the whole thing? Is this going to be kind of like Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey? Like, how hardcore are we going here? And are we going to make a third movie, The Rapture of the Christ, where if this leads to a Mel Gibson trilogy where we finally get a Book of Revelations movie, count me the fuck in, dude. Sorry, Jeremy. You know, Jeremy didn't do the $50, so I don't have to have the curse jar. But if we get a Revelations movie out of this, in 2 days, in 2 holy days, March 26th, May 6th, it's going to make him a lot of money. That'll bring people back to the theaters, though. Theaters are struggling. A Resurrection of the Christ movie will bring them back. The Passion of the Christ did really, really well. So that'll put some money in the coffers of that's the craziest thing. Like, Mel Gibson went on all these rants about Jews and shit, and they still let him make all these movies. And why? Is because Hollywood's a mafia, and he's a good earner. That's it. He was a good earner, and that's all that matters. Doggo doesn't die with $5. Says fuck, cunt, cunt. Fuck, cunt. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. 130 away from today's goal. Thank you guys. Keep going. I really appreciate the way you guys have Jeremy writes in, I knew it wouldn't last. Bro, it's not my fault. I said $50. I'll start the curse jar. No F-bombs, no C-bombs. That's the best I can do for you. That's it. Yeah, Aussie Mark says Apocalypse movie, take my money. They make a Revelations movie. I'm going twice. That I've been dying for a Revelations movie. The movie Red State by Kevin Smith, one of my favorite Kevin Smith movies, was supposed to be like the ushering in of the rapture, but he didn't have enough money to make that movie. I really hope that movie gets made. I've been waiting for a Revelations movie for as long as I've known about Revelations. Really. Eaton Clam says at the end of the movie, Chief Brody shoots the scuba tank that's in the Jew's mouth. Smile, you Abraham son of a... No, it's a shark. It's not a Jewish person. What are you doing? I think you and I watched a different movie. I think we watched. So wait, we got the Passion of the Christ, the Resurrection of the Christ. What would we call the Revelations movie? What would that one be called? The Rapture. I already said Rapture of the Christ. Revenge of the Christ? That's not bad. That would be in keeping with like the whole Star Wars thing. Revenge of the Christ. I like that one. Dead Game says Mel Gibson made Apocalypto too. Yeah, Mel Gibson has made a shitload of really good movies. And that's why he can go and trash up every minority out there and they'll still let him make films because they're like, Mel Gibson goes away for a little while and they're like, yeah, fuck Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson's a dick. Mel Gibson says horribly racist things. Then the receipts come out at the movie theaters and they go, Mel Gibson going to make a movie anytime soon? We got to make some cash. The streaming services are like, we need a Mel movie any second now. Let's do this one out of France. This is a really effective way to get rid of squatters. So there's this farmer in France, and don't adjust your computers or your phones. These are squatters. These are people that just went to this farmer's land and just set up campers, went to go live there and would not leave. And he couldn't get them evicted. He couldn't, because, as you know, in not just America, but a lot of Western countries, if you try to get squatters off your property, it is a giant pain in the ass. So this farmer decided to take matters into his own hands. And before we play this video, I want to ask the chat, what's one thing that a farmer has at his disposal that might be used to deter people from squatting on his property? I want to know what you guys, I want to see if anyone knows where this one's going. Outside of like the authorities or anything, something that's unique to a farm that you could use to discourage people from squatting on your property. What would you use? All right. Okay. All right. Some people have got it. Some people are going way too far. Some people are good. I did let you guess, I suppose. Carlos Cameo with $2 says, add this to the swear jar. Rat shit, bat shit, dirty old twat. 69 assholes tied in a knot. Hooray. Lizard shit. Fuck. All right. See, Jeremy, $50 we start the swear jar, and I tell all those people to buzz off. Thank you for the $2. Appreciate it. 135 away from today's goal. Yeah, see, guys, horny sheep was not the answer I was looking for. Let's take a look and see what this farmer used to clear out all of the squatters. Oh, God damn it. That's going to fuck. So here he goes. You see these trucks? You see these spreaders, these sprayers that they're using behind them? I don't know how familiar you are with farming, but these spray a certain product on the fields to be used as fertilizer. So if you have a squatting problem and you need to get rid of them and the police can't help you, maybe, well, look at that. Maybe we could spray a little shit on you. There we go. Now, here's how dumb these squatters are. You're going to run up to the thing that's spraying shit. Oh, and by the way, guys, do you notice anything about the squatters in France? I love how they're calling them squatters. Diversity is their strength. Immigration is a virtue. Europe totally knows what to do with all these immigrants they're getting from third world countries. See, you're probably like, why aren't these guys running away? Why are they running towards it? It's because, where they come from, smelling like shit is not really seen as the deterrent that it is here. Even in France, smelling like shit is not all that frowned upon. So look at them. They're squatting on his land. They're on his cab while he's spraying shit on them. And they're driving at, look at these entitled dickheads. They're squatting on his property. They don't have a right to be here. They're driving their cars through his yard. They're chasing after him, trying to get at him. What assholes. Good. Spray him down. There's not enough diarrhea on these guys. Dude, the entitlement. It's like, again, it's intentional. Somebody's doing this intentionally to destroy the cultures that we've built because there's no reason for these people to be there. They contribute nothing. They behave like when you send people from a third world Muslim shithole into a Western country, they behave like animals because they don't know any better from the country they came from. So they squat on property. They run after the people trying to spray shit on them. They try to beat them up. They try to do all this stuff. They act entitled to be there. It's disgusting. It's gross. Imagine not only trespassing, but being proud of it and feeling like you have more of a right to be there than the person who owns it. And it's like there's no reason not to put an end to it. So the only reason that it continues is because there are people that want it to continue and are probably getting paid very well to allow it to continue. So it's really frustrating. But, until the people of Europe fight back and actually take back their continent, hard to feel sorry for them. Because Europe in general has kind of been beaten down by guilt and the world wars and everything else. So they were kind of ripe for the pickings. It's easier to do that to Europe than it is to America. America's still got at least a little bit of pride, a little bit of pride. Pants Maestro says, if only it was what you are saying, these were rich assholes doing a trip. Well, that's not what I saw. You might be right, but that's not what it looked like. It's not what it looked like. Dead Game says, use the immigrants to stoke racism. He said, that's what they do. All of this mass immigration is just meant to divide people, get them fighting, get the working class fighting with the immigrants so that the wealthy can go ahead and just steal everything from you, like real estate, home ownership, things like that. The immigrants in the first place shouldn't be here. So there's no reason to fight with them because they should be in their own country. So when it comes to like whether or not we should be fighting or who's the debate really with, it's like it shouldn't matter because these immigration policies shouldn't be in place. But until Europe fights back against them, honestly, they're kind of fucked. Wow. We got a fight between Megyn Kelly and Candace Owens over whether or not Bridget Macron's a man. I look at the last story we did and I go, oh God, what a time to be alive. But then I look at the fact that female conservative influencers are fighting over whether or not the First Lady of France has a cock. And I go, you know what? What a great time to be alive. I like this. Does Emmanuel Macron's wife have a dick? is like a legit argument that people are having now. By the way, thank you for that dollar. We are 130 away from today's goal. Please and thank you. You guys are doing so well, man. I appreciate it so much. No begging today. Power of positivity and asking. Let's reward it. I'm going to share with you guys. I would like to be under $100 by 9 o'clock. In the next 8 minutes, I would love to get under $100. I would continue to feel really good about today's show if you guys were generous enough to pool together. You know, we don't have to knock it out in one fell swoop, but if you want to pool together, get us down under 100 in the next 8 minutes. Holy shit, guys. I really would be very gracious if we got to that point. So click one of the links, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Hey, we're only 85 gifted memberships away from 400 on Rumble. So please and thank you. When you have a membership, you don't have to watch commercials. So thank you very much. It's our last goal of the week. We've knocked out all of them. Thank you so much for being here. If you can't give money, Lord knows I understand. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Those likes are really important to us. Bridget Macron sues Candace Owens over claiming...
And that leads me to...
So Megyn Kelly, I guess, decided to be wishy-washy on this, and Candace Owens was not thrilled about it. She kind of thought Megyn Kelly should have her back. And I don't know, like, you should be able to have your own opinion on this, no matter what it is. I love that we all get opinions on whether or not Bridget Macron has a dick. I think Vegas should open betting odds on it. But the more I look into it, the more I watch videos and read stuff on it, I can't definitively say whether or not Bridget Macron is a man, but let's just say there's way more smoke around it than I thought there was. I mean, there's a lot of evidence out there to show that Bridget Macron's a guy, dude.
To the lawsuit by Emmanuel and Brigitte Macron against Candace Owens. So Candace will have a measure of protection. She's being sued for defamation by the First Lady and President of France because she has said that Brigitte Macron is actually a man who's posing as a female and posing as, you know, having been a female for years.
Okay, so wait a minute. Does that make Emmanuel Macron gay? So, like, did they still have sex when he was 14 or 15 or whatever, when she met him in high school? So, like, was it a gay thing? I'm so weirded out by, like, if she's a man, this changes so many dynamics of that relationship. Where did the kids come from? You know, because don't they have children? Where did the kids come from if she's a dude? I don't, like, there's a lot of, when I don't go fully along with the Bridget Macron's a guy thing, people get mad at me in my audience, but it's like, I need a lot of other questions answered before I make that leap.
And that she has a penis, to put it bluntly.
Penis.
And this, I think, would be, I could be wrong, but it's definitely a comment on a public figure and more of a measure of private behavior. You could argue it's a big fraud on the people of France. I don't know. But still, there will be a very, very high standard either way for the Macrons to win on a defamation case against Candace Owens.
It's not really that difficult, though. Like, just pull down your pants, lift up your skirt, show your pussy. I'm sorry to be crude about it. But, like, if you just show them that you're a woman, show pictures of you pregnant and all that, like, it's done. It's over with. It's finished. Like, I don't, if you're going to be mad and you're going to sue people that think you're a dude, just prove you're not. Like, it's very easy. If it weren't for YouTube's terms of service, I could prove I'm a guy right now.
They say that they sent her a letter in December saying, you better take down those claims. We are warning you. And that they sent her Brigitte Macron's birth certificate, which is attached, it's reprinted in the complaint. It does show a little girl named Brigitte, whatever the maiden name was, I don't have it in front of me, was born on such and such a date in the 1950s, and it's got like the actual birth announcement.
Okay, but you can fuck with a birth certificate. I like just a picture of, like Candace Owens has said, how about a picture of you pregnant? You know, how about a picture of you as a little girl? All that will do.
And other proof, including pictures of a young Brigitte. Brigitte, they say her last name is Trogneau. That's her maiden name. And in French, it says that her brothers and sisters welcome their little sister in Amiens, France, on, looks like 1st of December. Anyway.
Okay, but that doesn't prove that that's you. This is a relatively easy thing to prove. That's why I don't understand why we're doing all the, here's a newspaper clipping, here's a this, here's a birth certificate that we sent you. It's like, there's easier ways to do this.
She's now got to defend this. And Candace Owens is saying, I look forward to it. Great. And she's saying, for the first time, I'll get to sit across from Brigitte Macron at a deposition and hear her asked about her penis. That's what Candace.
I mean, that does sound a little crazy when you repeat it like that. Yeah, I'll get to sit across from Brigitte Macron and hear about her dick. It's like, oh, okay, Candace, calm, like chill out just a little bit. Like I'm still riding with you, but that's getting a little internet-y up in here.
This is direct. I think that's a direct quote, and it's never happened before. So she's not backing down one bit. And it is
Who's hotter, Megyn Kelly or Candace Owens? And if you answer wrong, you're a racist. Not with that face. That was a terrible pause on my part. I'm going to say, actually, the way I pause this makes it look like this guy is fingering Megyn Kelly. And this guy isn't sure what's going on under the table. But I'm going to say, this is going against my character and how you view me. I think Candace Owens is sexier than Megyn Kelly, but it's close. It's close.
For the Macrons to sue Candace Owens for defamation if this is true, right? It's somewhat reckless for them to do it because Candace is not wrong. She will get the chance to ask those questions through her lawyer directly to the First Lady of France, Arthur.
Isn't that wild? You just get to, hey, yeah, you Brigitte Macron? Yeah, welcome to the deposition. First question, you got cock? Prove it. You got that thing wrapped around your leg like a ball python? We're just wondering. You brought this lawsuit, not us. Let me see your balls. You still got them? You tucking that? Like, is this going to end up like the end of Ace Ventura? Are they going to be like, if she really is a woman, as she claims to be, then she is suffering from the worst case of hemorrhoids I have ever seen. That's why Muammar Gaddafi is dead. He found Captain Winky. I want it to end that way.
So what is really going on here, and how do you like the Macron's chances?
Okay, so that Megyn Kelly had that to say about Candace Owens' lawsuit. And I guess, Candace Owens criticized her for that because Megyn Kelly said it sounds like a conspiracy. But it does. It does sound like a conspiracy. You can't be mad at people. Like, Candace Owens has obsessively looked into this Brigitte Macron dick or pussy thing, and she's researched it way more than Megyn Kelly has. So you can't blame Megyn Kelly for coming to the conclusion that, I don't really know what's going on with this whole thing. That's fair. But Candace Owens lashed out at her saying, from transgenderism to COVID, Megyn Kelly has consistently been on the wrong side of every issue. She thinks she's smarter than her audience, but she isn't. She's being destroyed in her own comment section for trying to do a hit piece on me in defense of Brigitte Macron. I don't think that's what she was doing. I think Megyn Kelly's a lawyer, and I think she was lawyering the whole thing. Some of these female, political personalities, they do. I mean, the claws come out really, really early. They take those nails out and start scratching really, really quick. Megyn Kelly responded by saying, actually, the segment was very fair to Candace Owens with straight legal analysis of Macron's claims. If anything, I was skeptical about them, arguing Candace Owens really seems to believe her statements, which may save her legally. But some people spend their days looking for new enemies. And, you look at that and it's like, girls, do we really need to be fighting? You guys are on the same side of just about every issue. And it's almost like some of these influencers need to find reasons to argue with each other. They need to find reasons to fight, because watching two people agree on something isn't as entertaining as watching two people rip each other the fuck apart. And that's too bad, because I think Megyn Kelly does a good job. I think Candace Owens is a blast. I think the last couple of years, Candace Owens has become really, really fun to watch. Just because, it's the Howard Stern effect. You want to hear what she's going to say next. Thank you very much to Rebecca with $10. Says, what happened to your forehead, my friend? You need to put a little concealer on that. I don't like to conceal my malformities from my audience. I like to live openly in my giant zit-infested existence. So thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. We got a few more thank yous we got to throw out. $1 from Los Federales says, hey, Coach, have you come across this already and talked about it on the show? It's Nick Fuentes' Dear Black People rant. Oh, God. I don't know. Is this something I should be checking out before I play on the show, though? I don't know. I'm not sure. Veldrain with $1 says, no courts needed, just needed Crocodile Dundee. All right, we'll play that one in a second. Thank you, guys. 120 away from today's goal. All right. Hey, we didn't get to that 100 by 9 o'clock. It's 9:02. We didn't get to 100, but we're pretty close. Click the link. Push us over the edge. Like I said, a lot of begging this week, and I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy with myself that I behaved that way. We have knocked out every goal, but at what cost? So I want to hit today's goal smiling. So thank you guys so much. You guys have been doing it $5-10 at a time. Keep that up. We're at 120 right now. Let's get it all the way down to 0. Holy shit, man, do I appreciate how generous you are. Go ahead. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's bomb it out. Let's bomb it out. What do you say? Aussie Mark says, not the angry gay kid. All right, you got to admit, though, Tucker's like calling Nick Fuentes, as much of a cheap shot as it was, Tucker calling Nick Fuentes the angry gay kid was pretty awesome. That was a pretty good line, saying that Nick Fuentes is a creepy gay kid in his basement. Before we do any of those, I really hope you guys want to help out the show. But first, I want to do this Anthony Anderson thing. I don't know if you saw this. This is your guys' punishment for sending me all these cyst popping videos. Anthony Anderson had a serious knee problem. And I don't know how this happens. I don't know if it's from lack of physical activity or too much physical activity, or this is just what happens when you're old and it's something I have to look forward to. But Anthony Anderson had fluid buildup on his knee. And he posted a video of him going to the hospital and the hospital draining the fluid from his knee. I don't know how this fluid develops in your body. I don't know how it gets the color it does. I don't know how it gathers in the places that it gathers. But I have to say, what we're about to show you is very, very graphic. And it is in my opinion, a scientific oddity that I don't even understand how it happens. So here we go.
I'm on camera duty.
I love it. I love it. Let me know when you're in.
So they're taking this big ass needle, and all this needle is going to do is take this giant lump that Anthony Anderson has on his knee and suck out the fluid to get the swelling to go. I mean, this is, again, I don't know how this happens in the human body. It's a miraculous thing. No doubt. But look at this. Needle goes in.
You know in.
Oh. Yeah, it's yellow.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, look at that shit.
You need me to help you home?
That's in his body. That's 20 milliliters of ratchet yellow shit sitting inside of his knee, cooking in his body.
The syringe now?
Crazy.
You good?
That's got to be uncomfortable as fuck. Oh, fuck. We're at 30. 30 milliliters. 50 milliliters.
Jesus.
Feels like too much.
Fuck.
So much, yeah. Oh, yeah, I want some of that. I'm going to put that in my collard greens.
You know what?
You're not going to put that in your collard greens. Stop it. Just a shit Mountain Dew. Yeah, it looks like they're sucking Mountain Dew out of his leg.
Yeah, we need to take some of that home.
Oh, and then they put a tap in it so they can take even more.
Oh, my God.
So now they got to go back in. Holy shit. And all of this just to get your knee to function properly. There it goes. And it's gone. About 100 milliliters of yellow pus shit coming out of his leg. And it helps. That's all. You know, just when you think we're like technologically and medically advanced in this country, there's two things that remind me that we're still cavemen a little bit. One is dentistry. Oh, man, my tooth hurts. What should we do? I'm going to take a drill and I'm just going to drill the piss out of your tooth. I'm just going to go, or if it's bad enough, I'm going to put my foot on your chest and just yank it out of your head. So that doesn't make you feel very advanced. You'd think there would be lasers or something by now. And then when it comes to, hey, I got a big swollen lump on my knee. All right. I'm going to shove a big sharp object in there and then just suck out this yellowy pus and get it to go down that way. I mean, it kind of makes you feel like we haven't come that far.
I think black people.
Oh, Jesus. It kind of makes you feel like we haven't come that far. Or at least not as far as we thought. You know? Brian says, imagine the smell. Is it okay if I don't? Do you mind if I just don't imagine the smell? Because that's where I'd like to be. Eaton Clam says, inject that knee pus into a fat white woman and you'll get a... God damn it, Eaton. I can't read the rest of that. Riding Dirty Llama says, that's all the Celsius he drank that built up in his knee. Oh, no. Pants Maestro says that wasn't pus. What is it then? What is it? I'm using pus as a shorthand. Crowder Wears Panties with $5 says, speaking of Anthony Anderson. Oh, boy. Now what? 115 away from today's goal. Thank you guys so much. So nice of you. I would appreciate it if that wouldn't stop and you guys would keep going because 115 is so close. And I'm so happy that you guys are supporting this show. Get it down to 0, and we've had a perfect, beg-free, awesome Thursday to wrap up this week. And if we can do it on a week where the numbers are down, dude, that makes me, I'm at peace, man. Thank you very much. $115 away from today. Do you think you can get to 75 by 9:30? I'd love that, man. 75 by 130, $40 in 20 minutes. I'd be tickled if you could do that. And if you want, you do it whatever way you want. All the links are in the chat. Thank you guys so much for the amazing amount of support you show this show. You know, there's no show out there. You know, all these people that watch Steel Toe, like, yeah, I hate Steel Toe. None of them have survived for 5 years on listener contributions, paid all the bills, everything like that. They've either had to live off of somebody else or do something else. So you guys really are a special crowd. And I do appreciate it. Or as McBuster says, you're gay. Could be it. So thank you. Continue to bring us down there. I appreciate it. You guys are doing an incredible job today. Proving that we don't need to beg to get this thing knocked out. Keep it moving. All the links are in the chat. All right, Anthony Anderson time.
Gentlemen will be at the new pad with you and Raven Simone.
No one.
Anthony Anderson disturbing interview with Lindsay Lohan in 2013. I'm sorry, 2003. I think Lindsay Lohan is my age, right? She's 38. So this means she was 2003. She was like 16, 17 years old. All right, let's calm down a little bit. By the way, Anthony Anderson, or as Hollywood called him back then, the non-prick Patrice O'Neal.
I'm just talking about, like parties.
No, I don't have a boyfriend.
She's single, but looking.
But I'm illegal for people that are old.
Well, some men like them young. We ain't gonna mention no names.
Ew. Yeah, that's not forgivable.
But, I'm one of them.
The audience does not seem to be having as good of a time as Anthony Anderson is. I'm not trying to give Lindsay Lohan a pass for all the shitty decisions she made when she was younger. She seems to have gotten her shit together, but she was really in a lot of trouble there for a while. And I'm not trying to give her a pass for all that stuff, but imagine these are regular interactions that you have as a teenage girl. These were regular interactions she was having on a normal basis with people like Anthony Anderson. You think directors, producers, people like that, you don't think they were saying 10 times worse shit than Anthony Anderson was when the cameras weren't on? I mean, if she felt the need to self-medicate because of a lot of that stuff, I can't say I blame her, and I can't say I couldn't see myself in the same situation if I was in the same situation as she was. Why? I mean, self-medicating when you got all these, and, I don't like to think this way, but imagine if they did the things they were saying. I mean, I can't imagine the life she had growing up. It had to be awful.
Okay, look, what have you been up to work-wise these days? What's going on for you next?
I just wrapped on 2 movies.
A clip of a 2003 interview between a 17-year-old Lindsay Lohan and comedian Anthony Anderson has resurfaced and drawn widespread criticism for its inappropriate tone. During the segment, Anderson made sexually suggestive remarks, joking about kissing with
Can I say this? I'm having a Mandela effect thing right now. When did Anthony Anderson have a show? Like, was he filling in for someone, or what's the deal? Like, I don't remember the context. I don't remember Anthony Anderson having a show. Whatever. But yeah, she's 09 Canyon says she looks normal and has a son. Is she still saying she's Muslim? Wait, what? She converted to Islam? Did I miss this? Oh, by the way, Pants Maestro letting me know if I was just using that yellow fluid, if I was just using the phrase pus as a shorthand, he'll allow it. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Pants Maestro, by the way, if you didn't know, was appointed by the Trump administration as pus reference specialist. It's a bureaucracy, but Doge didn't get to it, so he's still got a gig. Pants Maestro says you were the wrong color to watch it. Yeah, that's true. Do you know, what's her name? Jordan Hudson has a talk show, like a daytime talk show. I didn't know that either. It's on like Fox or something. Sam Show says, have you seen how she looks now? I thought I saw her not too long ago, and she looked pretty good. Lindsay Lohan 2025. Let's throw this up there. Let's see. She looks fantastic. God damn, man, she looks really good. A little googly-eyed in that one, but, you know, it never stopped Mersh. Yeah, she looks good. She looks great. Good for her. It is. It's this weird thing where these people get out of the business and they just look refreshed. They look rejuvenated. Like, there's a lot of pathetic people who try to hang in there. There's a guy now who, like, he had a bit role on a TV show, and now he's going on a bunch of podcasts that are about me. And this guy who used to be a bit player in TV shows now has to hitch his wagons to Aaron to maintain any kind of relevance. And he tries to talk to me and shit. It's fucking weird. These people who are still desperate to stay in the limelight, they break themselves and they just become fucking weirdos like that guy. And then people like Lindsay Lohan, they leave the business and they're content and they don't like desperately cling and crave to it. And they start to look better. It's really, really impressive. So good for her. I'm glad she got out of there and became normal and now looks normal. There's something about like the earth is healing, the world is healing if Lindsay Lohan is hot again. I didn't like the world that we lived in when Lindsay Lohan wasn't hot. So I'm glad we're at where we're at. All right, they want me to do this Nick Fuentes thing. Here's the deal. I will do the Nick Fuentes thing. Pants Maestro, attaboy. My pus specialist. Here's the deal. I will do the Nick Fuentes thing if we get that $40 by 9:30. Positive day, no begging. We'll make a deal. I'll do this Nick Fuentes black people rant that somebody wanted me to do. If we can get to $75 by 9:30, because that's a very hittable number for the last hour of the program. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, everybody, all hands on deck. I appreciate everything you're doing today. Thank you so much. Throw it in there and we'll do the Nick Fuentes thing. The second that $75 number hits, I'll start with the Nick Fuentes thing. If 9:30 hits and we haven't gotten to $75, or you throw in $40 and tell me not to do the Nick Fuentes thing, I'll delete it. I'll just close it out. Donald Trump has put a 250% tariff on pharmaceuticals made overseas. Don't we get like pharmaceuticals from overseas to make them cheaper for people because the American versions are like these giant Fortune 500 companies? I mean, we don't like the pharmaceutical companies. They fucked us over during COVID. They've been really evil and awful. They've used us as guinea pigs. We've been a laboratory for them. And now Donald Trump, in another troubling move, is running protection for the American pharmaceutical companies. I don't understand it. I don't get, other than he's become compromised and he doesn't give a shit anymore. I just don't get what we're doing here, Don. A tariff on, like, isn't Canadian pharmaceuticals, isn't that the thing that, like, old people try to get when they're really strapped budget-wise and they're living off Social Security and they want cheaper meds? I don't like this. He said, but in 1 year, 1.5 years maximum, it's going to go to 150%. Then it's going to go to 250% because we want pharmaceuticals made in our country. Okay, I get that. I understand that. But I do feel like this is going to hurt innocent people, and I'm not crazy down with that. And I don't think this is going to be a good thing for lowering prescription drug prices, which is it's something that every president promises every time they run. So again, this is another tariff where I go, I'm not so sure this is a good idea. Miss Tay gifting a couple of memberships. Aussie Mark got one. CCS got a membership. Thank you so much, Miss Tay. That puts us at 105 for today. And for those of you who got gifted a membership, feel free to pass that along. We're getting closer and closer to 400 memberships on Rumble. We're 83 away. And our goal is now at 105. Thank you very much. Or as Eaton Clam says, Aussie Mark, you were jumped into the Steel Toe Army. It's like getting drafted in Ukraine. No, if you guys donate to this show, it does not mean we are the Azov Battalion. Stop it. Stop. We're not doing that today. We're getting the goal down naturally through positivity and no begging. Every time you guys donate, I update where the goal is. This has been very positive and wonderful. You are not going to take this away from me. You are not going to get it. We're $30 away from being where I want to be by 9:30. You are not going to take this away by getting to $75, but going, Aaron, this is because we're like the Azov Battalion. No, it has been going down in spite of that kind of stuff today. So no, thank you, Miss Tay, for the gifted memberships. Guys, pass those along if you're getting them. 105 away from today's goal, and now Miss Tay moves up in the standings. Well, not technically. She's still $10 behind Mayo Riot for first. By the way, Mayo Riot has been in first place since Monday, so he's held the lead the entire week. Miss Tay is $10 away. Captain Joe's $25 away. Walter's $25 away. Scorched Earth is $40 away. So he has held that all week, and that's mighty impressive. Thank you guys very much. 105 away from today. This is not the Azov Battalion. I repeat, not the Azov Battalion. You know how yesterday we showed that video of Stephen Colbert calling out the Democratic governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, for being a gerrymandering piece of shit himself? Because Pritzker was on there going, hey, gerrymandering in Texas, they're pieces of shit. And then Stephen Colbert went, oh, well, you're a piece of shit too. And we were all kind of thinking, oh, Colbert's going to burn the whole house down on his way out. He's pissed that he doesn't get to be the good propaganda boy anymore. And by the way, Colbert has a right to be upset. I mean, he shoveled all the shit. He shoveled all the propaganda for the powers that be for years and years and years. And now they're cutting him loose as soon as the USAID money runs out. And they got to start paying him out of CBS's pocket. If I could feel bad for Stephen Colbert, I would. But all that goodwill he built up with the Pritzker thing, which, by the way, is a low bar because late night TV is not supposed to have J.B. Pritzker on the show talking politics. It's supposed to be a comedy show. But Stephen Colbert attacked RFK Jr. last night. And by the way, really funny, too. Like, he wrote really funny jokes that were satirical of RFK Jr. Remember, all RFK Jr. did was say these mRNA vaccines. We played it earlier in the show today. All RFK Jr. said was that these mRNA vaccines encourage variants. They prolong pandemics. This is a bad idea. And if Colbert doesn't want to be seen as like a shill for the Illuminati and a shill for the globalists, maybe not the best idea to suck the dick of the mRNA vaccine makers. But last night on his show, he decided to go after RFK Jr. And I don't mind this stuff, like Leno, Letterman, they all made fun of politicians. But when it's Colbert and all this, it just seems like mean-spirited and like he's hosting a political rally. And it's all just really, it's phrased really douchey. They're not even good jokes. It just seems to be hostility. Let's take a look.
Health Secretary RFK Jr. just pulled $500 million in funding for vaccine development.
See, right there. I'm glad we played this on the show so we can call this guy out. That's not, you're misleading. You're making it about vaccines. This is easily look-upable, so you're purposely lying. It was mRNA vaccines, and the reason was because they were creating variants and prolonging pandemics. Stop it, Stephen. You're lying.
Now, we have 10 more months of this show, and I want to give a measured, nonpartisan response here. You roid addled Nepo Carney.
Yeah, man, that's funny. That's late night. That's just like Letterman and Leno and Carson. F you roided out Nepo Carney. God, what a bitter douche. This guy was so funny, man. This guy was so good on Strangers with Candy. He was so funny on The Daily Show. He was so good on The Colbert Report. Now he's just a bitter twat. And it's not because his show got canceled. He's been a bitter twat for a long time now. And it's just no wonder this shit is so unwatchable. And I hate how these guys dress up in a suit and tie, take corporate money, but because they gave a middle finger, we're different. Oh, we're rebellious. No, you're not. You got permission, dude. Look at him, and he looks like he's walking around, looking around like he's a badass. God, he's so cringe.
Specifically.
And you just lied to your audience. He didn't cancel vaccines. It was specifically mRNA vaccines that were bad for people.
Specifically, Bobby Jr. is nixing 22 projects that use mRNA technology.
Why?
But that's the latest vaccine technology.
What? But why, Stephen? Why? Why is he doing it? You lying propagandist.
That's like saying, kids, I'm turning off the GPS. We're going to make our way to Six Flags by using the stars. Hand Daddy the Sextant.
Yeah. That's good one. Oh, Adam was watching. Adam was watching and picked it up. Boy, did I have you pegged, buddy. Not like the producers of the show. I don't mean like that. But boy, did I. God, it's too easy to cold turkeys in the spring. Adam with $10 says, nice subliminal jab. So I have nothing else to talk about? No, you don't. Thank you for proving my point. You are just so fascinating that I need to make the rounds to talk about you. Yes, thank you for proving my point by repeating it back to me word for word, sweetheart. You're a gaslighter. Oh, God, you're such a jaded girl. You know I've never met you or never spoken to you, but boy, are you on my dick. Like you were on producer cock to get a small bit in a TV show, and now you're begging me for relevance. Oh, dude, it's not good. Can't wait for August 29th. Here's some petty cash. Bro, neither can I. Oh, really? Talk about gaslight. You've been gaslit by those guys thinking that's a good thing? Oh, dude. I am sorry. Let's just say this. I'm the only person involved in this thing who does believe that disseminating people's photos without their permission is bad. Sorry, Adam. You backed the wrong horse, pal. But thank you for proving my point. Got him. Adam, this isn't for you, buddy. This isn't for you. You see how nice Lindsay Lohan looks now because she just gave it up and said, hey, I had a good run. It was fine. Now you're hanging out with club-footed retards and pedos. Although, coming from Hollywood, you're probably more comfortable hanging around the pedo crowd. It's probably a good way to get over any kind of trauma you might have. Keep sucking that super chat dick like it's a vampire on a girl's neck, buddy. You're doing the Lord's work. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Adam. Oh, and by the way, if you're asking who's Adam, it's the same thing Hollywood producers say. Dude, I love that he heard it. I called it out perfectly, and his ego would not let him refrain from responding. Fuck, I am too good at this. God damn, I am too solid at this. I underestimate myself. Ghost Crusaders Gaming says, that was me, not Adam. No, I disagree. You owned yourself. $95 away from today. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, people are writing in the chat. Who? Accurate. Correct. 95. And by the way, Ghost Crusaders, I appreciate you trying to cover for him. That was very nice of you. That was a buddy move right there. $95 away. Guys, rally up. Rally up and finish it off. That's the way to do it. Bo Beardington with $1.99 says Toe wins. Toe always wins. Always wins. By the way, Crowder wears panties now calling me the maestro. You know, I don't want to take anything away from Pants Maestro, but I think I need to be called the maestro at this point. I really do. 95 away from today. Hey, guys, to celebrate that awesome thing we just pulled off, knock out the rest of that 95. Call it another win for the Toe. Thank you so much. Let's celebrate with some contributions. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Dude, I don't even try to stir these people up. It's just so natural. I'm just so naturally good at it. I get off on that kind of shit. Aussie Mark says, they really hate you, Aaron. I can't help it. Even like little Hollywood sex toys like me too. I can't help it. All right, guys, keep it going. Couple more minutes.
What are you drinking, Gwendolyn?
Oh, this is the Bridget Macron thing. Somebody said this is how Bridget Macron can prove their case. We'll get demonetized on this one. It's the lady in a bar scene from Crocodile Dundee. Thank you very much for that. All right, back to Colbert talking about the mRNAs. I just needed to celebrate my win. That's all. I just needed to celebrate it.
Yes. Crank down windows in Daddy's car. There you go.
This makes it a lot easier to tolerate Colbert.
All right, there you go. Now, yesterday, RFK Jr. tried to defend the indefensible.
Most of these shots are for flu or COVID, but as the pandemic showed us, mRNA vaccines don't perform well against viruses that infect the upper respiratory tract.
Fact. Sorry, Stephen. It's a fact. Now watch. And I haven't seen this clip yet, but let's watch Stephen Colbert do some douchey, cringe, uncreative line to just shit on Robert F. Kennedy Jr. without disproving anything he says.
Counterpoint, you roadkill munching, Luddite, human Slim Jim.
What did I tell you? God damn, I'm good. I told you. He was just going to go with Luddite, Slim Jim, and David Bodie McBoatface. Ugh. Good one, Stephen. So he comes at you with facts. Stephen is not someone who likes to be called out. He doesn't like to be on the wrong side. He doesn't like to be wrong. Stephen is the walking epitome of that statistic that most people, when confronted with evidence that goes against what they believe, will become more ardent on what they believe. That is so true about him. Because I even said when I paused it, I said, watch, he's not going to refute anything RFK Jr. says. He's just going to say some cringy, uncreative, like overly bombastic insult and act like that's funny. I can't remember who said it, but they had a really good point when they said the worst thing comedians could do. And I will admit, I like Bill Maher, but this is the curse that he has put on comedy, him and Carlin. A lot of these comedians who came after him, they think that applause is the same as laughter. And it's so not, and Colbert's a great example of that.
You're gonna kill people.
Oh, God.
Why would you say that mRNA vaccines don't perform well against upper respiratory infections? The National Institutes of Health said they prevented an estimated 14.4 million deaths.
Okay, and the research that they did showed that one thing that you pulled out of that was bullshit. And it did not prevent deaths from COVID. It caused them. There are people who are still, you think long COVID is just long COVID? Really, Stephen? So Stephen went to imright.com, found one snippet out of one thing without reading the greater context, whereas RFK Jr. said, out of the studies we did, it showed that mRNA vaccines did not perform well against upper respiratory viruses. It also proved that they created more variants, which prolonged pandemics. And what does Stephen do? He says, oh, look, this one snippet said 14.4 million. Right. Yeah, no.
Why on earth is RFK Jr. so anxious to fill our streets with dead bodies?
These are my two ravens.
Oh, right. I forgot. They do love the eyeballs.
I can't imagine why this guy's show's being canceled. I mean, for the life of me, I cannot figure out why Stephen Colbert is not going to be welcome at CBS. Jesus. Oh, my God. Unbelievable. Yeah, Aussie Mark says, no wonder why that shit was canceled. He's unbearable, dude. He's truly unbearable. 95 away from today. Thank you, guys. Keep going. Finish it off. We don't have that much further to go. And we're not going to beg for it today. Power of positivity. It's been really difficult these last few days to bang it out. But we've done it. But I don't like the way we've done it. So you know what? Crush it. Help us out. Throw a couple of bucks in. And let's show that the toe can do it without begging. And we can do it by just asking nice. Please and thank you. We're only $95 away from a perfect week. And boy, would you have no idea how much it means to me to get there. And I really hope that means something to you. All right, guys, I want you guys to get an education. I want you guys to get a multicultural education. And I want you to learn that maybe your whiteness is a little more toxic and maybe a little less enlightened than you think it is. This is a woman making a TikTok video about how eating with your hands is somehow, it means your food is better. Like, we look at people who eat with their hands and we go, wow, that's some really disgusting fucking animalistic behavior. Eating with your hands is kind of fucking gross. Like, use a fork, use a spoon. That is apparently white supremacy. We are wrong. And this 8-second video is going to prove to you all that you've been doing it wrong this entire time. Go ahead. Why don't us whites eat with our hands?
The reason why people don't eat with your hands is because your food is not delicious.
You know what? We got to take the L on that one. I'm sorry. We don't. I love that. She goes, your food is not delicious. Oh, and that's probably made of like cypress bark. We don't know what the fuck she's eating. But the reason we don't take our hands, dive it into a sauce food concoction that other people are going to eat out of, by the way, is not because it's highly unsanitary and messy and fucking gross and rude. It's because our food isn't delicious. Because you see, if your food's delicious in her mind, then like a gazelle, you just reach in and like your Cookie Monster. You can't wait. You cannot find it within yourself to have the patience to grab a fork and take a responsible bite and eat it that way. That just means your food sucks. Gross.
The reason why people don't eat with your hands is because your food is not delicious.
Bitch, have you ever had spaghetti like once in your life? Like, spaghetti's delicious. Alfredo's great. I can just go with one white country. I shouldn't pick. Italy, then I should pick an actual white country. But like, for an example, our food is fucking great. All right? You ever had you eat tater tot hot dish with your hands, you're a fucking monster. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm getting too defensive. You know what? The only reason I'm mad is because I've been eating white food my whole life. And all of my white food has caused me to use a fork because I need a level of separation between my hands and the disgusting slop that I'm eating. Chad Buzamok made a great video clip. I want to play this for you. This got me.
I believe in Chad Buzamok. I believe in Chad Buzamok.
Say his name and he appears. I got to retweet that. That's too good. That's great, buddy. There you go. You get a retweet for that one. Oh, Eric Church's cum runner. Oh, my God. He took my job. 199 says, you're the best, Sweaty. Another win for the hoe. Thank you, pal. I appreciate that. $5 from Doggo Doesn't Die. Says, I tried to read his book years ago. I only made it about 35 pages into it and quit. Spank that ass, maestro. I'm the maestro. Guys, all due respect to Pants Maestro, I think the way I make these people dance like my puppets, I gotta be the maestro now. I think Crowder Wears Panties is right. I'm the maestro, and there's no doubt in it. $90 away from today's goal. Thank you so much, guys. Let's keep going. Smiles on our faces. Donations in our hearts, another win for the toe, a final goal of the week being knocked out. Goddamn, man, click that PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo. Throw in some gifted memberships. I love those. We are so quick. We are so close to knocking it out. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bottle tip. Ooh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you got it so wrong. No, that was not the best thing that happened to me. That's the worst thing that happened to my show. This is the best thing that ever happened to this show. I'm sorry, bottle tip. But I understand like being wrong and then just trying to frame the reality the way you need it to be. If you have like a family and you have like kids or something and a career, like you'll get over that and you won't do that anymore. I don't care if you do or don't. I'm just saying if you want a little bit of a blueprint, I can help you. I'm such a dick. I'm just a dick. Guys, knock it out. Call it another win for the toe. 90 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. You're the best, and we're doing it with the power of positivity today. Thank you so much. Hey, can you guys do me a favor? My kids have talked about this guy. This is like an ultimate boomer moment for me, where this is like so beyond me, something I don't understand. But now he's on Theo Von's show, so he's on my radar. I've only heard my kids talk about this guy. Who the fuck is this little chubby kid that they call the Rizzler? I don't get it. I don't understand why he's a thing. He's just a weird fat kid who who goes everywhere and does shit. I don't know why he's famous. I don't know if he cooks like Sean and Morley, but look at him. He's a portly little fucker. They call him the Rizzler. I don't even know what the fuck that means, really. And he was on Theo Von's podcast. He's made it on TMZ. And they're like, these people talk like people I like, people that I'm a fan of, like Theo Von. Talk to this kid like he's a guy to be talked to. Like Theo Von has him on his show and he's like, hey man, I'm really glad you decided to make time to do my show, man. I'm as happy as a cricket in a shoebox, man. And I don't, why should Theo Von be excited to talk to this fat kid about Disneyland? I don't know. I have no idea. We're going to play this clip. I'll go back into the chat. Hopefully you guys are throwing in a few gifted memberships like the cool people you are. And you guys can inform me why the fuck I should care about the Rizzler.
That's pretty cool. It reminds me of like whenever I went to Disney World. Have you been there?
No.
What? Sorry. I thought you'd have been.
So this is like a little kid with sleep apnea that just, I hope they're not feeding this kid Celsius, are they? Oh my God, that's a terrible idea.
No.
It's fine. And look, and I don't. Yeah, it's not everybody's been. I shouldn't act like everybody's been. Have you discussed it at all with your folks?
Well, I mean, when I go to Disney World, like if I go there, I'm probably gonna get swarmed by people. But
Fuck you, kid. No, I'm sorry. You know what? That's not very nice. I shouldn't. I'm sorry. Enjoy your fame. It's fleeting. As soon as you get rid of that baby fat, you're going back to irrelevance. So, enjoy the fame that you have. I don't get it. This must be what it feels like to turn into a boomer. I don't get it. Why are my kids fans of this guy? Why do I hear the Rizzler? There's songs they sing about the Rizzler. They sing songs to this man like he's William Wallace. I don't get it. And this interview must have been extremely painful for Theo Von to get through, because having a conversation with a kid like this is very uneventful. And every question he's asking him, he's like, I don't know. What did he do to get famous? Like when when millennials were kids, people were mad at Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie and the Kardashians because they're like, oh, what did they ever do to get famous? Well, in Paris Hilton and Kim Kardashian's case, they took dick on camera. That's how they became famous. So you could answer that question. Now that it's getting even worse because you go, hey, there's a fat kid that made it on Theo Von's podcast. Like if he had pancreatic cancer and this was his Make-A-Wish, I would understand why he's on the show. And that's really nice of Theo Von to do that. But this kid's in perfect health. I mean, he's chubby, but sometimes kids are chubby. They thin out. Like, this guy's on Theo Von's podcast. My kids sing songs about him, and I have no idea what he's ever done. And I doubt that if I look it up, I'm going to be satisfied by the answer. If I look it up, it's probably just going to make me more mad. Am I wrong? McBuster says, you'll know him. He'll have a crypto coin soon. Probably. He'll probably have a crypto. They'll get him on the crypto train pretty soon. Crowder Wears Panties says the comedy is all in the presentation. It's LOL. Look at this dumb little fat kid we're putting in the spotlight. Is that what it is? Eaton Clem says Rizzler is Mossad. What are they? I don't get. Nobody's told me what he's doing. Crowder Wears Panties says it's going to be sad as fuck when he grows up. Not when he gets that fucking crypto payday, dude. He's the next Donkey Lips. Yeah, but like Donkey Lips had to act in a TV show. Michael Ray Bauer had to do Salute Your Shorts. I don't know. Chips and Dip says his real name is Rizzlerstein. I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that his name is actually Rizzlerstein. They're saying the stupid Costco family. Okay, I don't know what that is either. The Rizzler. Here we go. I'm looking it up. It's not going to make me any happier. So Theo Von did an hour with this kid. Okay, let's watch a little more Theo Von.
Respect, man.
What the fuck is he wearing a glove for? Why are we wearing a glove?
There's a couple rumors that I've heard about you.
Why is Theo Von wearing a glove? I don't get the glove.
I'm going to rattle them off. You tell me true or false, okay? I heard that you have 2 cell phones.
I actually have 3.
Fuck this kid. I hate this kid. And his parents are like living vicariously through him. So they're like, yeah, son, keep doing this. This is awesome. Even though it's probably terrible for him.
Well, my brother has 2 iPads and I have a phone. And I have 2 Nintendo Switches.
Kid's flexing like crazy. He's like, all of a sudden we're on MTV Cribs with this kid.
A scale?
What?
Good answer.
Shut up.
You have a scale?
What?
Good answer.
Very good, Theo. Did he just fat shame a little kid? Why am I for it?
And
good answer.
And
I have a Nintendo Switch. You have it?
Do you have a scale? What an asshole. Theo Von had zero filter with the Rizzler. Oh, God, what else did he do?
Respect, man. There's a couple rumors that I've heard about you. I'm going to rattle them off. You tell me true or false, okay? I heard that you have 2 cell phones.
Oh, we did this one. We just did this.
I actually have 3.
Yeah, we just did this. Okay, so that's the one that... Do you have a scale? I don't know who the fuck this kid is. Oh, wow, we asked him about his diet.
What else? Dude, you know, I saw you at that restaurant one time at Craig's. You remember that?
Oh, yeah. That was the first time I met you.
Yeah, you're right. Right there.
Yeah.
Good memory. Dude, and you were up. I'm not trying to rat you out or whatever, but you were up at, it was like 10 p.m.
Yeah. Well, now my bedtime is 1 o'clock in the morning, so.
That's not a bedtime, dude. That's having no bedtime. My bedtime is 1 o'clock in the morning. What? First of all, you're a little kid. You're supposed to be tired by 10 p.m. If my kids, like, they're out playing with their friends, they're running around outside. If they're up at 10 p.m., it's a small miracle because they wear themselves out playing.
What?
There's days where my kids are getting ready for bed at like 7:30, 8 o'clock because they're just like, we ran, man. We just went out, biking all over the neighborhood, going to garage sales and shit, playing with their friends, jumping on the trampoline, all that stuff, playing kickball. And so, I mean, they're gassed. This kid's staying up till 1 in the morning.
Who are you?
That's not a bedtime. What's your bedtime? 1 in the morning. It's not a bedtime.
Union worker? What are you talking? One? God. And I'll be honest, I mean, I saw you. I don't know. I saw you at the restaurant and you were drinking soda past 10 p.m.
Yeah.
Great parents. So his parents are non-existent. That's what we know about the Rizzler, is that he has no parents. And all because the kid's famous and has a social media presence. So they're going to let him be unhealthy and not get enough sleep and anything for a little internet fame. I swear to God, the parents are the children at this point.
That's why I went to bed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. Yeah. I do have.
That's going to be really good for his development, not being on a regular sleep schedule as you're growing. All of that's great.
Very strong soda over there. I mean, they had strong soda, dude. Yeah, you didn't blink for like 11 minutes. I was talking to you.
Yeah.
But that's what it is, right? Mm-hmm. So the bedtime's been fluctuating a little.
He's already having breathing problems. And come on, man. It's weird. It's all so strange that people let that shit go to their heads so bad. I don't know. Oh, God. Now the kid loves the smell of Sharpie. Oh, God damn it. I don't.
Are there really?
We need
Sharpies?
We need to outlaw kids on podcasts. They don't need to be this famous this early on. This is never good long term.
I'm like, ooh.
Looks a little like Braun Breaker. Okay.
That's really. It's a black tie affair, huh? They smell pretty good.
Yeah.
What's one of your favorite smells, you think?
Sharpies.
Brother.
Great. Little kid who just sits there sniffing Sharpies all day, drinking soda till 3 in the morning. I'm sorry, 1 in the morning. The kid's got a bedtime.
Let's light that candle again, huh? Yes, dude. Why do they smell so good?
I don't know. Are the smelly Sharpies? They just want me to eat them, bro.
Oh, they good?
They just want me to eat them.
Oh, pull one up. The smelly Sharpies?
Jesus. You know what? It is kind of funny, though, to see that Theo Von has no problem being on the intellectual level with a 9-year-old. That is, I will admit, that's kind of interesting. $1 from Doggo Doesn't Die says, it's a joke. It's like when people pretended to like William Hung. Is that what it is? They're goofing on him? I don't know. Theo seems pretty comfortable. Sniffing Sharpies and eating Elmer's glue. Yeah, we all want to be like the Rizzler. Pants Maestro says, so he's you. Waka waka. Doggo Doesn't Die says he exudes charisma. Well, he is the Rizzler. $90 away from today's goal. Thank you guys so much. I really hope we hit 0 today. That would be super awesome. And we have a perfect week and we end it on a day where it's not a begging day. We just, hey, let's do it. What do you say? I just want to be proven wrong. I just want to see a day. Like, I want us to hit it. I want the smiles to allow more goal hitting than the franticness. And I really hope that's true. I really hope it works out that way today. I mean, if we take an L, we take an L, but we don't have to, man. So everybody throw in a little bit. Let's hit that last 90. Got 40 minutes left. Let's go. We got it down so far. Man, you guys have done such a great job today. I'm so happy that today's gone the way it has. Just push that last little bit forward and let's hit it. I thank you guys very much. Where's this link? Somebody said he's on booking.com. Oh, God, really? He's on booking.com, and this is his promotional video. This person says, Aaron, I eat tater tot hot dish with chopsticks like an American. That's fine. Pants Maestro was very angry about the tater tot hot dish reference that I made today. He said it shouldn't be allowed to exist. I understand it. I get it. Pants Maestro says the pants curse means you lost already. Oh, well, hey, try to prove the Pants Maestro wrong. Throw in some money and let's hit that. That's the most important thing for the show's survival is hitting the goal. Prove Pants Maestro wrong. He says that we're cursed because of the pants curse. Let's break the pants curse and let's get ourselves a win today, man. I appreciate you guys. Let's roll, man. Let's do this thing. I appreciate you. Let's go all the way. Where's the booking.com thing for the Rizzler? I really shouldn't watch this. Okay.
So it's resorts.
Sweet vacation home for your next great stay.
That was just some really loud black ladies yelling at me. That's, which is also, I mean, fine for a commercial. That's okay too, I guess. Just black ladies yelling at you. I mean, I guess it could be effective. Congratulations to Jen Pawal. Jen Pawal has officially become the first female umpire in a Major League Baseball game Saturday for the Marlins-Braves game. Congratulations. The first female umpire. You know all hell's going to break loose the first time a manager tells her to calm down. You're getting your ass thrown out. You are done. Pawal is a minor league umpire since 2016, one of 17 current AAA call-up umpires eligible to substitute in Major League games. She will work the bases in both games of Saturday's doubleheader between the Braves and the Marlins. I don't really see why women can't, umpire doesn't seem like one of those jobs that, because you're a certain gender, you can't do it. Fuck it. If they like baseball enough, they want to become an umpire, let them do it. I mean, I feel like a female umpire can fuck up a game just as bad as a male umpire. It's not like we hold umpires in high regard, like they're clergymen or anything like that. We hate umpires. Like we hate referees, like in basketball or football or, umpires in baseball are the most yelled at people on the field. So let her go, let her do it. Like we said, if we were dealing with some group of people that were held in high esteem and this might somehow fuck it up, all right, great. Chips and Diff, though, points out, when do the dildos start flying at the baseball games? Is that going to be the new thing? We're just going to, every time a woman does anything sports related, it's just green dildos all over the field? I don't know. Pants Maestro says, feminist Aaron. I love how I have such a terrible reputation as a sexist that if I just have an indifferent opinion towards women being umpires, it's like, oh, what are you, some kind of gay feminist now, dude? I have talked so much shit over the course of my career that now if I go, female umpires, yeah, I mean, who gives a shit? Let's do it. People go, oh, so now you're a traitor? Now you don't care anymore about the struggle, Imholt? Thanks a lot. I just don't think umpire, I don't think a woman is uniquely disqualified to be an umpire. I just think that they can screw it up just as well as a male umpire can. Oh, nice podcast, Stupid, with $2. Oh, God, he's so far behind. This has been like a 3-day thing for us, dude. You got to work on it. You're not as sharp as I am. You're not as funny as this audience. You got to work on it, dude. Says, hi, Toe, have you addressed the boil on your forehead? It's only been a running joke. We said it's my Jew horn from begging too much. It's only been a constant. Come on, buddy. Try to keep up. I really do hate when we have to slow it down for people, like when they can't keep up with the way the show's going, and we got to just kind of slow it down for them a little bit. The worst is they don't even know they are that way, and then we have to tell them they are, and that it's like having to, tell someone they have leukemia. It's not something I enjoy doing. But thank you very much. 85 away from today's goal. $85 away from knocking it out and calling another win for the Toe. By the way, nice podcast, stupid. I'm just trying to give you a little shit. Don't get your panties in a bunch. I know you guys get really weird about that stuff. It's just, I live in the real world and we break balls and everything. I don't, we got to get him now and we got to. I'm just making fun of you for being a little behind in the show. That's it. I'm sorry I have to do that. All right, $85 away from today's goal. Guys, $85. I think you've got this. I think you all ought to be teaming up and throwing in $5 apiece. I think we all got to be throwing in memberships and get this. It's really easy if we all just go together. If we all just go at the same time and don't wait for someone else. Let's do it, baby. Let's go. You got it. I'm happy when the goal's hit. I'm bummed when it's not. But you know what? No begging today. It's going to be all smiles. And we do this every day. It's down at like 7-something. I ain't getting frustrated today. Let's roll. I believe in you guys. Reward the belief. That's all. Reward the positivity. Let's do this thing. A perfect week is $85 away. Please and thank you. I love you guys. Show a little love back. That's it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. All the links are in the chat. We got a scam. We've got a scam. By the way, the newest scam is like a tax scam. It was I was targeted by it like for 2 weeks, and now it's pretty much gone away. It's like it's a call you get. The ones I got were from New York. And they call themselves the Tax Resolution Agency. Now, there is no tax or administration or something. And they try to get you to give your information to them so they can settle a tax debt that you have or a tax thing that you didn't know about. Now, if you have any tax things, the IRS sends you something in the mail. There is no resolution agency that calls you. So that was kind of the latest one. Well, in Atlanta, this is, stop giving these people your money and give it to me, really. A man posed as a high school football recruiter and swindled a victim out of $20,000. A 40-year-old man was arrested for allegedly scamming a victim out of thousands of dollars by posing as a football recruiter, according to police. The York-Poquesson County Sheriff's Office in Virginia was contacted on March 12th by a victim who reported that Malcolm Xavier Walker promised to help their son obtain a college football scholarship, but failed to deliver any services. The victim said they had been swindled out of more than $20,000. Guys, just ask a few follow-up questions. Just ask them a couple of things. It's so easy to find out if these people are full of shit. But they prey on people's wants. Like, I want my kid to play college football, or I want them to get into a good school. So you go, oh yeah, that's where I'm from. Just give me a bunch of money and I'll take care of you. God, man, it's so tragic that people fall for that. The Atlanta man is now charged with felony larceny by false pretense and is currently behind bars at the Virginia Peninsula Regional Jail. The sheriff's office said Walker promised to set up recruiting visits to colleges, create recruiting videos, and arrange travel to college football seminars for the victim's son. Walker eventually stopped communicating with the victim as soon as he had the $20,000. Oh, imagine that. They don't do that. Like, usually what happens is your coach, your high school coach will handle recruiting. They'll come to you. They'll say, son, Florida State's coming to the game. They want to talk to you after the game. Have a good one. Blah, blah, blah. Like, the coach will handle that. The school will take care of you when it comes to your recruiting. Or the college will get in touch with you. But a guy saying, give me 20 grand. I mean, that's so sad that a parent is that obsessed with their kid getting recruited by a big college that no questions asked. They'll just hand over 20 grand. Some dick, some guy who just says, I'll make a recruiting video for you. What? Yeah, sure. Here's $20,000. That sucks, man. If they like you, if you're good, they're going to come and recruit you. That's what's going to happen, straight up. All right. Power of positivity. That's what I'm leaning on. I'm tempted. Don't get me wrong. I'm tempted. But God, man, 85. Hey, we got this, baby. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Help out. Help out a little bit. We got less than a half hour left. It's $85 away from a perfect week for the toe. I don't want it to end this way. Even if we hit, I don't want it to end. A big smile, power of positivity. Let's go, baby. I want you to do that. I want to show the world that we don't have to beg for it. All right? So let's go. Let's keep doing a show. And by 10, let's just get it done now so we don't stress. I'll do the Nick Fuentes thing. All right? Fine. Here you go. I'll do the Nick Fuentes thing because nothing else seems to be working. Although it's great. You guys have done awesome. Let's go. Help me out a little bit. Here we go. Here's Nick Fuentes. It's called Dear Black People. Oh, boy.
I think black people are not irredeemable.
Oh, thanks, Nick. Nick Fuentes goes, I don't think black people are irredeemable. I didn't know you were the arbiter of such things. All right.
But there just needs to be brutal honesty. It's like, look, these black people are really struggling, and they're turning into these maniacs. It seems like they don't do anything right.
Dude, I'm watching these guys. I'm waiting for a reaction. This is the first reaction I've seen so far. I mean, there's something about Nick Fuentes talking this shit. And like, I don't know, man. There's something about the way he's saying it from his own basement right now versus how he might say it if these guys were in front of him at a debate. I'm not saying that these guys would just lose it and beat the shit out of him, but I feel like Nick Fuentes would be a little more nervous making this speech in front of these guys, especially this guy. He has been stone-faced the whole time.
Noxious, they're rude, they're inconsiderate, aggressive, cruel, and, you know, look, nobody hates black people for being black. If there are people like that, I think that's exceedingly rare, and I don't consider myself one of them. The reason that people have negative attitudes about black people is because most people's interactions with black people are negative.
See, I don't, and that's weird because I don't have that. Maybe some people do. My interactions with black people are typically positive to indifferent. My interactions with most people are positive to indifferent. So I don't know where people are having these. I'm not denying that they're having. I'm sure they are having them, and I'm sure it clouds their judgment, but I just don't. That's why I don't get as wrapped up in the race thing as maybe other people do, because I just don't have the experience that gives me a lot of anger.
Most people's interactions with black people is when you're stuck in traffic and you see a Nissan Altima speeding down the shoulder. And you say, what the fuck?
Oh, wow. I didn't expect that. The way they were stone-faced at the beginning, I thought the black people were going to get really mad. This guy's a real one. He's like, all right, Nissan Altima speeding down the...
Supposed to do that. If everybody did that, it would just be another lane, and, you know, not everybody can do that. But it's like these people have no respect for decorum. They think the rules don't apply to them. They have no respect for society. Like, that's their interaction is they are a waiter, and they wait on a black table, and the black people don't tip, and they're fucking rude. Like, that's most people's interactions.
Is anyone else like, this is way better to watch while black people are watching it, because you're like watching the black people watch it and you're like, guys, do you want to chime in here? Like, do you want to refute some of the shit he said? Like, they're just looking at him, and it's like the less they say and the more they laugh at like the Nissan Altima thing, the more I'm like, are they endorsing? Like, are they co-signing Nick Fuentes on this?
like that. They go to the DMV and they see a black person behind the counter and they say, oh, here we go. And the person's rude. Now, it just goes to show people are not racist. It goes to show people don't like people that are rude. That people don't, it's unpleasant. People want to be treated with consideration and respect.
And by the way, the rant that Nick Fuentes is on right now is one of those, and I have him on this show. It happens. You just get off on something. You just go off on a topic. But like, this is one of those rants where you want to stop Nick Fuentes. You go, hey, Nick. How did you get on this topic? Like, this is one of those topics where clearly something happened to Nick at the DMV recently, and he just wants to share this experience, but then make it a broader point. Because this is one of those rants where you go, hey, bro, do you even remember what we were talking about originally?
And it is true that black people are, in this day and age, unfortunately, seem to have very low moral character. It's not even just the violence, although the violence is pretty striking. If you live your life and you know that you're going to be mugged by black people, it kind of colors your opinion or perception of black people, wouldn't you say? If 99% of the carjackings and stabbings and shootings that you see in Chicago are by black people, when you're walking down the street late at night, guess what you're looking for? Black people.
They're laughing. Like, they're entertained by this. I mean, if we didn't have, like, the forces of government and the media and everything else pushing us apart, I don't think we would look at stuff like this as, like, offensive as we do. I think we'd be like, Nick Fuentes talking shit. What are you? But, you know, we're taught from a very young age by the media and everything else, like, hate this, hate that, don't like this, don't like that, be on guard against this. It is kind of interesting, though, like, if you get mugged by a black person and you have a negative opinion of black people after that, that's racist, you know, and everything else. But then if you go, well, I want to stay away from where the crime and the muggings are, I'm going to move to this neighborhood, and there's not many black people in that neighborhood, they go, oh, well, that's white flight, that's racist, too. It's like, well, you got to, like, well, now we're really dangerously close to approaching the everything is racist thing.
And you equate that with danger. And it doesn't take a lot of them to spoil the whole bunch like that. Jesus. And we just want black people to take accountability and say, look, I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. It just seems that every time I encounter you people, for the most part, it's negative. And sometimes extremely negative, like I could get a gun in my face.
I just don't have that. I don't. Again, I'm not denying people their, what do the kids say now, their truth. I don't want to deny people their truth and their reality and everything else. I just don't have that experience. I just don't have that, you know, I could get a gun in my face at any moment. So I don't know.
You know, that's a problem. And people go, well, you are just loaded up with hatred and racism. It's like, I'm really not.
By the way, all Nick Fuentes videos should be black people watching them. That would be the funniest thing in the world to me.
I'm a really friendly person. I'm a really polite, friendly person. I give everybody a chance. But if I'm someplace and I see some black person walking in with their pants sagging and they can't articulate what their problem is or what they need, and they're rude and they're aggressive and I'm in fear for my life, like, yeah, I have a problem with all of that.
I just don't have that experience. I get yelled at sometimes by some of the more racial people in our audience that for some reason they don't think I'm like racist enough or something. I'm like, I just don't have that feeling. I don't have that, you know, maybe if I had more of these types of experiences that Nick is talking about, I might feel that way. I can empathize. I can understand that. You can't make me feel something I don't feel. Easy Money's wife with $9.99. Thank you very much. Yes. Guys, that puts us $75 away from today. Please, thank you so very much. Let's knock out this goal with positivity and show that we don't need to beg to knock this out. 20 minutes left, $75 away. Be as generous as you feel like being. I hope that you guys appreciate this attitude more than the one we've had so far this week, because it feels better for me. Thanks, guys. Keep throwing at it. It'll be gone in no time with a few more like that. Thank you, Easy Money's wife.
And people go, and these black people go, well, you're racist. You're racist. It's like, No, I just hate inconsiderate behavior. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say, black people, oh, yes, dude, yes. My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please, come right on in.
Hey, these black people are loving Nick Fuentes. They like Nick Fuentes. He is being, as the blacks would say, ignorant as fuck, though. And it's also like I was saying before, it's Nick Fuentes, and you're like, Nick, what do you want about, dude? What's wrong? Like, what happened? Like, this rant didn't just come out of nowhere. And he's kind of belaboring the point, too. It's like, we get it, Nick. They're rude. They're mean. They bullied you. You fear for your life and all that other stuff. It's just really kind of going on a long time. I don't think I can. We might go back to that depending on how you guys feel about it, seeing if the numbers are coming in, fuck it, we'll keep going. But it's just really, really strange that Nick just goes on as long as he does about this. And it's like, this feels deeply personal. Easy Money's wife gifting a membership. Thank you so much. I hope a few more of you decide to be that generous because we really are very close. $70 away from today's goal and a perfect week. And come on, guys. Just a few. I appreciate it so much. Big smile on my face. No begging. Just letting you know what the goal is. Throw in a few bucks. Make it look good. Make us look good today. I don't want to do what I've done the first 3 days of this week because it really doesn't make me feel good or feel like I have a real show. So let 70's all we need. Let's do the 70. Thank you so much. Keep it going, guys. Please don't let the flame burn out. Atomic Ray with $1 says, you haven't called a Somali an N, Aaron? No. Never felt the need to. Never felt the need to. Even in even in traffic or something, that's not the word that sticks out in my head. I gotta be honest. Phil Herslit says R.I.P. Grinch Girl. Grinch Girl is not dead. Brian says Nick lives in Chicago. Big difference than Minnesota. Yeah, well, no, that's fair. I did forget that Nick Fuentes does live in Chicago. That definitely is going to cloud it a little bit. All right, I'm going to keep going with this because it is entertaining. But guys, $70 away, 15 minutes left. You have no idea how much it means to me to get down to zero every day. It brightens my day. It makes me feel better. And I want to do it without getting angry or anything like that. So let's bang out that $70 and call it a win for the toe. Wally World gifting 5 Thank you so much, Wally World.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Thank you. That puts us 45 away. Guys, just a couple more of those, and it's over. A couple more. Chips and Diff, you got a membership. Pass it along. Nonce Wave, you got a membership. Pass it along. We keep doing that. We can do it, guys. That is awesome. I'm touched. Thank you so much. $45 from doing it. Do you have a 20 you could throw at the toe? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Holy shit, Wally World. Thank you so much. That also puts us 78 gifted memberships. No, 77. Because we had the Easy Money's wife one before that. 77 gifted memberships away from 400. $45 away from the goal. So close. Thank you guys so much. Let's beat it with positivity. Call it a win for the toe. And we'll get a perfect week and end what was a really kind of a tough week. But we'll end it on a smiling note. Thank you so much. Let's continue with this Nick Fuentes thing. I really hope you guys come up with that last 45. That would just mean a whole bunch to me.
Why is he this good?
Oh, that got him.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. Hey, Nick crazy for real, bro.
Why do you enjoy that so much?
Hey, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we're not that far apart. Like, white people, black people, like, they're told to fight with each other. But even when Nick Fuentes is saying this shit about black people, it's funny. These guys aren't taking it too seriously. And I think with Nick, maybe he's got to move.
I ain't gonna lie, he had some points.
Bro.
I won't lie, he made a lot of valid points.
Niggas
So I thought this was going to be the angriest black guy because he wasn't giving us a lot facial expression wise. But this black guy's like, I ain't gonna lie, he making some good points though. Shit.
crazy, bro. Oh my God.
I want to watch nothing more than these guys break down Nick Fuentes clips. And then I want to see one where rabbis do it too.
Ooh, I gotta see the comments.
I think he's got some points about Zionism that we've never considered before. Things you will never hear.
Bro.
I think he made a lot of valid points.
Wow, bro.
Like, I have a problem with all of that. And people go, and these black people go, well, you're racist, you're racist. It's like, no, I just hate inconsiderate behavior. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say black.
It's just weird to hear him say if black people were super well behaved like they're dogs or something. It's a little uncomfortable.
People, oh yes, dude, yes. My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please come right on in. Oh, man, what a relief to see you here.
So in other words, like Asians.
A sight for sore eyes. If black people were known for being the best, then we would be racist in the other direction. Oh, finally. So yeah, that really bothers me.
I couldn't tell. That's what I mean. Like he came out of a trance and he's like, yeah, so anyway, that really bugs the shit out of me. What were we talking about again? Oh yeah. No, I really hate that they moved the chip aisle in the grocery store.
It just bothers me in this damn ass city because that's all it is in Chicago is just these black people who can never take accountability. It's always somebody else's fault.
That's a good point. He ended on right there. To a lot of black people, it is always somebody else's fault.
Holy shit. This is so fascinating to watch. They finish a Nick Fuentes clip and the black guys go, you know, that really racist gay Mexican kid has a super good point about blacks. I
would say, this is what I'll say. Okay. Click that. Go click that tweet.
She's black.
Click this tweet. Click the tweet. Yes. This is what I was getting ready to say. There's two different races of black people.
Uh-oh. Is he going to do the Chris Rock bit? Are we going to get the Chris Rock bit?
We have regular black people like us here. And then we have Gus.
And
he described option B there.
Well, I mean, he lives in Chicago, so I'm sure
there's a lot of them there.
Yeah.
But there is a difference. Like, I'm sorry, but there is a difference.
Hold on. What percent of us?
Are we just watching black people agree with Nick Fuentes? This is a wild video to me.
There is a difference.
What percent
it's
of
two
us?
different races of people completely.
It is. But what percent of us are?
I don't know. A lot.
What estimate?
50, I would say
55.
Nah,
45.
Not even that high. I would say I don't know what I would say. I don't know how many, but I know
I would say about 70.
Nah,
70's too high.
nah.
Wow, that black guy is saying 70%. These guys are like the new Fresh and Fit. They're going 70% of black people are Chicago-y? Holy shit. These guys are more racist than you, Sam Show.
70.
I would say
it's not the majority. It's the poorer ones.
It's the poor ones.
If we do say that, then it would be the majority.
I love that Jesse Lee Peterson has a tweet right under it that just says, yup. Jesse Lee's loving the Nick Fuentes rant. How has that not been a podcast yet? How have we not seen the Nick Fuentes, Jesse Lee Peterson interview? That's what we got to see, man. See, man. Oh, God damn it. What did I just do? Nomo with $1 says they are Cartier family on YouTube. I've never seen them before, ever. Thank you for the $1. $45 away from today. 10 minutes left in today's show. This has been a good week, and you guys are really awesome. And I believe in you. I think you're a great audience. You have kept this show going so long. I think you've got that 45 in the next 10 minutes. I think you've got my back. I think you've got me. As much shit as we give each other, as much taunting and teasing as we do, I really think you guys do have this last 45. I'm not even sweating it in these last 10 minutes. So you guys decide amongst each other Who's going to be the one to throw in 5, 10, 20, 45, 50, 60? Who gives a shit? Who's going to be the part of the group? Part of the group. I think we should do this as a group that knocks out this last 45 and calls it a win. I would love that, guys. If it's 5 memberships, it's 5 memberships. If it's 10 memberships, it's 10 memberships. If it's Venmo, if it's PayPal, if it's any of that, holy shit, guys, I appreciate it so much. By the way, Wally World just went into the cuck chair. He's at $90 for the week. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Just keep throwing in those contributions. We're going to do it with kindness today. We're going to smile. Because if I'm going to go down like, man, I'm going to go down with a smile on my face. And I don't think you guys will let me do that. I really don't. I have, like, call it whatever you want. It's a fucking belief that I have that you guys are going to reward this. And we're going to get a win today. And it's going to be a perfect day for the toe. And that way, even if we don't and I fail, I didn't debase myself to do it. I like that. So, guys, rally up. I'm still not at the point, like, I still don't have a good enough show where I can just not talk about it. And that kind of sucks. But, like, I got to earn that. I got to get to that point. And I really hope that you guys, in the next couple minutes here as I leave the chat, I hope you feel like doing it, man. I hope you feel like we've earned it today. I hope I've earned your support to throw in just $5 or $10, knock out $45 and call it a win. I just really feel like we deserve it today. They're making synthetic blood now. Also, I didn't want to scare the shit out of you today, but a Maryland scientist has developed synthetic blood that could save lives and when fresh blood is out of reach. I'm going to tell you this right now. No offense from my family to yours. I'm going to let you guys use the synthetic blood first. If you don't mind, I'm going to go second on the synthetic blood thing. Call it a little leftover skepticism from COVID. But when doctors and, modern medicine comes out with the brand new thing that's going to save oh so many lives, I don't really feel like jumping into that fire first. So, if you guys take the synthetic blood and you don't like immediately develop leukemia or your fucking, guts don't blow out of your asshole or whatever, or your blood doesn't turn to concrete, as soon as that happens, then I'll talk about taking the synthetic blood. But until then, I'm going to need a few years. I suppose maybe if I'm dying and I'm like bleeding out and I immediately need a transfusion, I'm not going to have much of a choice. But I just really don't think that synthetic blood is something I want to be taking on. Zen Man says, oh shit, we're living in True Blood times. I know. It's not, they're celebrating it like it's this amazing thing. But I don't really know if it's something I want to roll on quite yet. I'll let you guys test it out first. MJ Klein says, I'm still wondering why you're getting made fun of by the Shuli Network. Because Shuli doesn't have anything else. Shuli can't do a show like I do. I make way more money than Shuli doing a show like this. If he tried to do a show like this, he couldn't do it. He is kind of phony too. I'm sorry to expose you to that if you're a fan of his. But he's always sent me very nice messages, like when I get his back, when people are attacking him unfairly. So I'm really sorry. He is, but he's a showman. It's okay. Easy Money's wife with $20. Thank you so much. And $5 from Bobby Joe Brown. Guys, $25 away. $25 away from knocking it out. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Finish it up. 5 more gifted memberships on Rumble in the next 5 minutes, and we've got ourselves a win with positivity. We've got it without begging. We've got it without yelling and screaming. Come on, guys. I'm so happy that you've done this today. $25 away. Gift those memberships. Keep it coming. It's the final goal of the week, and goddamn if you guys haven't knocked it out so nice. $25 left to go. Who wants to be the one to help do it? Why not? Yeah, no, Max Kep, I'm sure they have. Like that double-digit IQ drama shit works really well. I don't want to do that. I'm willing to I could get those super chats too. I could be the king of the drama podcasters. I've got more talent in my little finger than all of them. But I want to take the hard road because it makes me happier. You know? I don't know. I just, it makes me happier to do a real show. That's all. So, no disrespect or anything. It's just, I could teach them all how to do that drama shit, but it's corrosive to your soul. Doggo Doesn't Die with $20 says, you can't fail, Maestro. Fuck a swear jar. Shout out Silverwolf. Thank you for the $20.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Guess what? We're just $5 away from today's goal after Zen Man gifted a membership. Holy shit, you guys. One more gifted membership away. $5 away from today's goal. Thank you so much. 3 minutes to go. Holy shit, man. Let's do it. Let's go. Nomo says you take the road less traveled. I do. And man, I'm so happy that we do. $10 from Anthony. That's it. No begging, no anger, positivity, and it's been rewarded. You guys gave us a win today.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Oh, thank you so much. And now that puts Anthony at $90. He's back in the cuck chair, isn't he? No, he's tied with Wally World at 90. Thank you. Treetop Armadillo says, if this is positive, Aaron, give me negative, Aaron. I don't want to. I like it too much when I'm encouraging towards you guys. It makes me feel better. Like today's show is perfect now. We knocked it out before 10:30. We covered a lot of great shit. It was an awesome show. Thank you guys so much. Jim Sharkey says, no begging, forget it. I'm rolling, baby. I'm rolling. And we did it. Thank you so much. Guys, it's been an amazing show. I appreciate you so much. We've got Rumble Friday tomorrow. I know you guys, look, I know you're kind of like lasered in on like sending me pus videos tomorrow and zit videos tomorrow. I can't stop you from doing that. I just don't want to puke. That's all I'm asking for tomorrow's Rumble Friday. And not only that, if we get those 76, gifted memberships tomorrow on Rumble Friday, I'm going to do an extra hour on tomorrow's show. But, oh, my God. Pants Maestro calling me the fake Maestro. No, Pants Maestro, they called me the Maestro because I make these podcast guys dance. That's not me. I don't give myself nicknames, Pants Maestro. They call me the Maestro. I swear to God, I'm not trying to take over your thing. I'm not trying to be the new Maestro. They just call me that. Like, no offense, dude. You call yourself Pants Maestro. It carries a little more weight when other people say it about you. That's all. That's all. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be all Puss and Nick Fuentes videos tomorrow on Rumble Friday. I'm looking forward to it. I always have a good time doing those shows. Guys, thank you very much. Treetop Armadillo says the audience interest is not aligned. Make him puke, Vadam. Take it easy. Thank you very much for your support. It's another perfect week for the toe. Man, if you hate me, if you love me, just thanks for being here. I love you right back.